The Astana International Exchange is a world-class exchange in the heart of Eurasia. Overseas investors will feel right at home dealing with the exchange's world-class trading infrastructure and clear regulatory conditions based on English law. As its network of local and overseas brokers continues to grow daily, the AIX has managed to create a robust trading and settlement system. Mining companies enjoy special conditions, allowing them to raise exploration and production capital easily. And private businesses can attract flexible investment quickly and with minimal bureaucracy. Special conditions are also in place for raising capital and developing projects as part of the International Belt and Road Initiative. The AIX is recognized for its modern and innovative market approach. It has also set up a multi-currency platform to raise capital in any currency. The Amazon Web Services trading system allows for flexible business scalability. The Tabis mobile app for retail investors opens up capital market opportunities to everyone in Kazakhstan. For many people, this is the first stepping stone to opening a brokerage account and becoming an active investor. The AIX is an integral part of the new investment landscape.
Уважаемые гости и участники нашей сессии, напоминаем, что зал Нур-Султан находится буквально напротив в нашем холле. Там есть комфортные места и прямая трансляция со звуком осуществляется. Через несколько минут мы начнем, ожидаем прибытия последних участников сессии.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think we should start, and Mr. Gill will join us a little bit later. Welcome to the Astana International Exchange Capital Market Forum. Many of you have traveled long distances to be here, and we are very honored and privileged to have you here. Without further delay, I would like to ask and welcome Deputy Prime Minister, Ministry of Finance, Mr. Jamobayev, to give an opening speech for our forum. Please welcome.
I thank Renat, dear participants of the forum, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say that I'm very glad to see all of you, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this forum, to Mr. Kelimbetov and others. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, this year, this forum is happening during challenging times. We see high inflation on the global market, along with volatility and growing uncertainty. Despite that fact, the economy of Kazakhstan is growing. In the 5 months of this year, the GDP growth was 4.6%. We see sustainable dynamics in the real sector of the economy. There is acceleration in growth of services and also increase of export amounts. CapEx has grown, investment into CapEx has grown by over 20%, and the revenues to the budget have reached 107% of the plan. We've accumulated significant reserves, so we've got the monetary reserves. That is a good cushion. The total amount is about $800 billion, including the fund. And we have a clear understanding of what we should do, and our experience of the previous crisis shows us that, and we need good coordination of the actions by the government, financial institutions, and private sector. We have an Foreign Investors Council under the President, which is a good platform to resolve challenges related to improving business climate and any individual challenges. We've also created the Domestic Entrepreneurs Council, and they work on coming up with proposals related to business and socio-economic development of the country in general. It's important to respond in a timely manner to shocks and global trends. This year alone, we've introduced the program to increase the revenues of the population, the action plan to stabilize economic situation in the country, the import substitution program, as well as conceptual document on attracting the investment and developing private businesses. In order to ensure sustainable development of the economy and increase the income of the population, the president instructed to develop a new Kazakhstan economic policy. The key factors are reduction of the direct participation of the government in the economy, modernization of the sectors, ensuring financial stability, developing human capital, innovations, and so on. Distinguished participants of the forum, in conclusion, I would like to wish everyone productive work and great discussions. Hopefully, the proposals you come up with will be very useful in our joint work. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. And this year, the topic of our forum is economic transformation, inclusive growth, and sustainability. And as the Deputy Prime Minister have noted, we chose this topic for a reason, because we are going through times of uncertainty in economic, in political life. And there are a few areas that we would like to discuss. That's the macro outlook on the economy of the world, on Kazakhstan, and whether there are still investing opportunities in Kazakhstan. So let me start from introducing our speakers today. I will start from the Minister of Economy of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Alibek Kuantyrov. Mr. Akıljan Baymagambetov, Deputy CEO of the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Saule Zhakayeva, CEO of the Citigroup Kazakhstan. Timur Kunanbayev, Head of CIS Coverage, JP Morgan. Mr. Almasadam Satkaliyev, CEO of the Sovereign Wealth Fund Samruk Kazina. And Nick Kaufman, Head of Equity Capital Markets and Syndicate Wood & Co. Hopefully we'll have Mr. Dr. Indermit Gill, Vice President, Equitable Growth, Finance and Institutions from World Bank Group. Let's start our first panel session, and I presume a lot of you agree that we have come through some rough times. The pandemic changed how we live, changed our personal life, our economic, financial lives. We actually learned from socializing and working in a new environment. And I think that's not the last challenge we're gonna have or we are having lately. We definitely all remember we had tragic events of January. So there was a request from the country, of the transformation and change. And we would like to first discuss the change that is happening in the country from the economic perspective. So the first question is to the Minister Kuantyrov. Could you give brief outline of the economic development of the country and what are the further steps that we would like to take?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for being invited here, and I'm greeting Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Jomabyev, and Mr. Khairat Nimatovich for organizing such a great event. Thank you, Renat, for your question. So, as His Honor Deputy Prime Minister said, for 5 months we had a 4.6% growth, and actually we had to adjust our macroeconomic forecast in March because of the January and February events down to 1.8 percentage points from 3.9 to 2.1% of GDP growth, unfortunately, and we also had to adjust the budget. But some additional margin coming from the oil sphere that goes directly to the national fund, so it's going to be used throughout the year as an additional transfer to the budget, and so we are going to support the economy and give a great stimulus package, which partially can be compared to the stimulus package that we had in 2020 during the pandemic, and we actually have all the resources to support the economy. And not only that, so this is a more conservative approach, so we had to adjust the budget, we had to adjust the macroeconomic forecast, but in general, since it's a more conservative approach, we generally expect the economic growth of 3 to 4%, since if we have the same optimistic figures for 6 months, so let's wait for the first 10 days of July, then we are going to be more sure to grow more than 4%. So in general, this is a time for opportunities, and in general, we are waiting some stable and sustainable growth this year, notwithstanding the general events and consequences that the globe is having, and nevertheless, Kazakhstan is implementing the reforms, and we did the same during the pandemic time. So even in being in difficult situations and taking into account all these consequences in the global economy and in the regional economy, our government and the whole public administration system, it is implementing the reforms, which is also affirmed and considered very positively by the international rating agencies. And as you might know, just about 2 weeks ago, less than 2 weeks ago, the Fitch rating actually affirmed our rating with a stable forecast. The same was done by the S&P rating agency in March, and we were upgraded last year also by Moody's. So in general, our expectations are good, and we are hoping, and actually we are working on making the economy more stable and sustainable.
Thank you, the Minister, for setting the scene on this discussion. Yes, I would like to ask the next question to the Mr. Satkaliyev. One of the topics that always attract people to our forum is the privatization. So if you could give an update on the privatization program, that would be, I think, very interesting for our participants. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Definitely, we are not seeing the best time for capital markets now, and there is decrease in interest of investment society in emerging markets and economies. However, we understand that there will never be the right time if just sit and do nothing. Here is what the Samruk-Kazyna plan to do to work with the current situation. As you know, the main statement of our development strategy is reduction share of Samruk-Kazyna in local economy and implementation of our comprehensive privatization plan. February this year, government approved new criteria for our assets to be included in the list of privatization. The philosophy of this criteria based on idea to promote inclusive economy and create competitive markets. Following these key criteria, we already increased level of our companies for privatization from current 105 to 250. And our plan list of these companies already presented to the government, and we are waiting for approval. And we will be ready for execute these privatization plans by different ways, and which includes direct negotiations with strategic investors and selling through bidding procedure, and of course IPO and SPO as the main approach for privatization program. And now let me switch to Russian to make some addressed messages and announcement for targeted audience.
Sure.
Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие
Distinguished colleagues, dear friends, thank you very much for organizing this event, which allows not only sharing views, but also taking this advantage to announce about the plans for the qualified investors, for the stakeholders, for the investment community. And we would definitely like to take this opportunity here. I would like to briefly advise you about our portfolio companies, which are well known to the potential participants of the process, to make certain statements. Number one, regarding Air Astana, the company is most prepared among all the other portfolio companies for IPO, but understanding the current status related to the conflict in the European part of the continent, inter alia, together with the other shareholder Biosystems, we come to the understanding that most likely IPO of Air Astana will not be efficient. Therefore, we did a lot of deep work with our consultants and investment banks, and now we will be waiting for another investment window. This is why we started active discussions with the potential strategic investors who can propose certain conditions in terms of their participation in the process as anchor investors or investing in equity of the company. The similar approach is going to be used in terms of Kazakh Air. We decided not to implement the IPO of the company given the scope, but given the regional status and pretty efficient development strategy of the company and quite good outcomes despite the pandemic this year. We are now in the process of privatization and negotiations with the key players at the market. We signed NDAs with a number of lead international air companies, and we will definitely advise the public about the outcomes of this work. Kazakh Gas was announced as a possible IPO in 2023. It's a young, quite ambitious company, and they have actively engaged into this work. But we now realize that the company now needs to focus on expanding the resource base, on implementation of major infrastructure projects in the gas sector that have been included in the national development plans, including gasification of Kazakhstan and development of export markets. And they have to do a lot of work to properly regulate the sector in relation to domestic pricing, relations with the market players, and the possible establishment of the integrated market at the Eurasian environment. As a result of this work, we obviously expect that the company will go IPO, and we will advise the public about the progress of the process. As for Samruk Energy, initially the intention was to sell it to the strategic investors. Then we looked at possible IPO. Samruk Energy is our key electricity generating company, and at the level of the company, we got the endorsement by the government to split the company into two parts. The company has a lot of assets related to coal generation. We are going to split the company into the assets with renewables, with pure assets, clean assets that will incorporate the distribution networks and retail trading of electricity. And the coal-based assets will be separated out to have their own development strategy, and the part of the company which we call Green Samruk, which is going to be oriented at renewables development, reduction of the carbon footprint, with huge plans for the renewables generation plans, and to develop the capturing and storage capacities, including accumulation of power. So as soon as we complete the reorganization process, we will propose this part of the company for potential IPO. We have this plan, and we have a clear vision about the energy sector. And this is our intention. As for our key asset, which is Kazmunaygaz, we are now formally announcing the IPO of the company during this year using two platforms, AIX and Kasei. Thank you. We carried out a deep analysis of the structure and interest by the local investors, and we are now doing the homework to estimate the market, and we see huge potential of the company in terms of development, with a good story, big plans for energy transition, for the export route development and diversification of business. The key aspect of the IPO and the specificity of it would be to the wide engagement of the local people into the process. We are planning to do it both through the awareness-raising campaign and through some tools such as digital solutions by the brokers, various platforms such as Kaspost, and we will also engage the option of using mobile apps, when through the mobile app any registered user can get access to the trading by KMG auctions shares, and for the remote places we can use Kaspost offices That is, we are oriented at a wide range of retail, qualified institutional investors, and we are inviting all the local people to participate in the process. Thank you very much.
AX and AFC are very supportive of the process and will put all our effort. I would like to continue with our panel session. So next question is Mr. Baymagmetov is to you. We see that a lot of the central banks all over the globe are increasing the rates, and you recently announced that the interest will stay at the same level of 14%. So could you please give a little bit like overview on this decision?
Thank you, Renat, for the question. Dear participants, colleagues, it's my pleasure to be here. First of all, on behalf of the National Bank of Kazakhstan, let me thank you all of you for organizing this event and to inviting us to participate in it. I'm very glad to share with you the thoughts of Central Bank about the inflation forecast, GDP forecast. My colleagues prepare some presentation, some slides. If you don't mind, I will continue in Russian. Sorry for that. Yes.
First of all, about the external conditions, inflation pressure in the global economy is being strengthened since 2021, and as a result of very quickly recovery of the global economy due to the vaccination and refusal from lockdowns and various limitations, and continuing stimulating policy all over the world, which is being implemented by most of the countries. Another inflationary pressure is due to the food because of the poor weather conditions and implementation of geopolitical risks, which is the conflict in Europe. Speaking about the food prices, the FAO food price index reached the highest level since 1990 when the index was started. The misbalances were observed in other commodity markets, including commodities, fuels, including gas. The combination of all these factors, to some extent, formed the ideal inflationary storm, which tackled not only the food prices and fuel prices, but also ready-to-use goods prices. And as a result, we now observe that the hopes of many experts that inflation is temporary, which was very popular among the central banks in the first half of the last year, it's now disappearing, and we can see that the inflation in many countries of the world is increasing, reaching the historical maxima. At the same time, yes, the business activity is in the positive zone, but the level is pretty low. IMF reduced the forecast of the global economy growth for 2022 and for 2023 as well. And it is projected that the world economy will grow by 3.6% for 2 years in a row. As for the inflation, here you can see our inflation forecast. Kazakhstan is a small open economy which is at the same time engaged in wide economic relations with our neighbor, Russia, can feel the consequences of global and regional shocks. And if we come back to 2020, as a result of support to the economy by the National Bank, which totaled about 9% of GDP, as a result, the economy, after a pretty small reduction in 2020, grew in 2021 by 4.1%. That is, the growth was pretty quick. However, we could see that from the second half of last year, the inflation has accelerated, and we started to strengthen our monetary policy. You remember that last year we increased the interest rate 3 times to 57%. Inflationary pressure, unfortunately, continued to be felt, and one of the most important factors of the worsening of geopolitics, which resulted in reduction of the exchange rate and inflation. We could see that in March, the inflation from 7 to 8% grew to 12, and in May to 14%. To minimize the consequences of the external shocks and preserve the price stability in local currency during the first days of the war, we increased the interest rate by 0.35 basic points to 13.5%, and we continued the same policy in April and increased the rate until 14%. That's exactly what you asked about, Renat. And we took some measures about the FX market, and we transferred it to inflation through interventions and other measures, and we can see that the rate is more or less close to the pre-war and last year levels. As for the projections, we as the National Bank, we can see the stability of the inflationary pressure under the external factors. And as for the internal factors, we can see that there are inflationary factors as well, which is the growing demand and pretty low, mild fiscal policy. And therefore, speaking about the short-term influence on inflation, some inertia price growth, we can observe the seasonal effect of the summer months, and a typical inflation of the last year can potentially restrain growth. But generally speaking, before the end of the year and in the next year, we expect that the growth of the real income of population, based on the statistics, is going to be quite positive. The consumer crediting and still stimulating fiscal policy will facilitate the acceleration of inflation, and some interruptions in logistics will obviously, and global food prices and fuel prices will have additional inflationary pressure. And these are the factors that would influence on inflation. As for the factors that will stop inflation, the government takes a number of measures at the food markets and in the consumer markets that it tries to restrain the food prices, and a number of measures were taken to regulate prices for utilities and energy resources that would have some disinflationary effect. And as a result, our forecast for 2022 is about 13 to 15%. And next year, we can expect that the inflation will gradually slow down based on the high base rate of 2022 and given the decisions taken regarding the base rate.
Plus, important factor is that we'll implement the counter-cyclical budgetary rules next year, and hopefully the budget will come to a more balanced policy. So our expected inflation in 2023 will be 7.5 to 9.5%. According to our forecast, the inflation will decrease in 2024. Maybe by the end of the year it will still be outside the established corridor, but then it will fall within this corridor, so it'll probably be closer to the upper bound of the target corridor. As for our forecast for GDP and economic growth, we can see that according to our forecast, the dynamics of economic activities in Kazakhstan will vary from 2.8 to 3.8% of the GDP, and our forecast includes some probability of realization of the risks related to access of Kazakhstani products to export markets. And as the Minister of the Economy has mentioned, and as Mr. Yerlan has mentioned, the GDP growth is up to 4.6%, and that gives us some room to possibly change the forecast in the future to increase it. We have a positive fiscal impulse, a favorable commodity prices on the oil market. Well, certainly there are geopolitical risks. In 2023, we expect that the GDP growth will increase to 3.5 to 4.5% because of normalizing export-import supply chains. Hopefully, in this year, the economy will readjust to the new reality, and unless you restrict the business too much, they'll find the way. And I think that this will create certain push for the economy. We can also see that there is an increase of oil production due to OPEC Plus deal, and also we've given you the output gap graph. It'll probably be around 0 in 2022, and it will go into positive or pro-inflational zone in next 2023, and that will also stimulate the domestic demand. So for the central banks and market players in the current condition, they've got an understanding of the causality and other factors, and I think it's not only us, but other central banks have reviewed these factors as well. Thank you. Thank you for a very detailed presentation of the position of the National Bank, both in terms of inflation and economic growth.
We put the Kazakh economic outlook into a global scene. I would like to express our gratitude to the AFC, Astana International Financial Center, that is hosting this event, and ask the governor, Dr. Kelimbetov, to give us the speech from the AFC perspective. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, если разрешите.
Thank you very much. Let me switch to Russian as well, because I think that the majority of the audience here will understand it quicker. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants. That's a great organization, especially in the post-COVID world. We don't see too many opportunities now when we have the Deputy Prime Minister, the National Bank, the Minister of Economy, Deputy Chairman of City of JP Morgan and Samruk and Baytarek in the same room. So I guess all the people who the economists usually ask questions are in the room. So I would like to draw some parallels. Last year, we presented a report to the president. We had the AIFC governance meeting. That's the event where we try to summarize the results for the year. That includes the prime minister, the chairman of the National Bank, and the president oversees it, and it's usually very interesting to listen to that, to understand what's going to be done about economic growth in Kazakhstan and reforms and so on, because it's impossible for AFC to be successful and for the rest of economy not, and vice versa. And you know that AIFC has been part of the reforms since the very beginning, from 100 steps and 5 institutional reforms. But now I've been thinking that hopefully we are starting to answer questions today. So actually, frankly speaking, it's been 6 months since the beginning of the year, and there have been so many changes in the world that the Kazakhstani economy has proven to be sustainable. Although our colleagues were saying that the growth is slightly more or slightly less, budget has slightly more or slightly less money, but fortunately we've got the reserves. We're optimistic about the future from the standpoint of the budget deficit, the non-oil related budget deficit, and so on. So I think that there is an understanding of what needs to be done. The same goes for fiscal policy, foreign exchange policy. The financial sector has proven to be sustainable during COVID and in post-COVID period, despite the difficulties. So overall, macroeconomic situation looks good, and thank God. On the other hand, just during the previous session, which was more geopolitical in nature, there were many questions asked on what's next. And that question is probably more important because the government or the National Bank and other government bodies are responsible for doing something now. But what's next, it's subject to discussion for all of us. And the president yesterday and during his video address today has mentioned that he expects the economic community, the community of economists, academia, from experts, to hear something from the people who can formulate this policy It's not just the president who is waiting for that answer, but the whole country is. What kind of economic reforms should be done? How will life change in certain time period? Because January events have given us a push to rethink the previous model of economic growth. The previous model is quite simple. It's well known. It was well described. It is the commodity-based economy. We produce the commodities, we invite the investors, we sell it, the investors pay taxes, some money goes to the national fund, then we redistribute it through the social policies, and it all seems good and well. But we understand that natural resources don't create too many jobs, and the demographic situation is such that we need a lot of jobs. Many people come to the job markets, they study at the universities, colleges, vocational schools, and they will enter the labor market soon, and we need to create jobs for them. And during the previous session, we had the ex-Prime Minister of Georgia, and he mentioned three main dimensions. And he said that we sometimes focus too much on the fiscal policy or monetary policy, and we think that we change the monetary policy and we'll reap the benefits. And Jacob Frankel has mentioned that. It doesn't happen this way. It is not about a single policy. It's about a complex of macroeconomic policy, structural reforms, and that's something that people would like to hear about. We do have many panel sessions in different dimensions of our project because speaking about sensible fiscal policy, we need to understand how will the taxes increase or decrease to motivate people to do something, or how we maintain low levels of deficit, how we manage debt. If we cannot spend too much, or we cannot transfer too much money out of the national fund like we think with the national bank. But then the question is, how can we implement the national projects or different instructions, because that's all the result of a social requirement, social demand, because we need to create infrastructure, we need to create new sectors of the economy, and so on. In this sense, it's important to understand that there is social context of the things that we discuss. And today, the CEO of Samruk Kazina has mentioned that, and I think it's a very important message. First of all, we should say that we are very happy that AIX is the place to announce that important development. Although the IPO will be done in 2 exchanges, we are not jealous. It's good that we are one of the places, and that's good news. That's probably the first time when we come to privatization, not thinking about how well we'll be able to sell that, not thinking that we'll go to London, sell the shares, and that's great. And we did have that thinking in the past when some companies were listed, then delisted, and I think that we probably need to write a new Kazakh story on the global capital markets. We do have the prerequisites. We did have the first IPO of Kazatomprom, also the Kaspi KZ issuance, and that's the new face of Kazakhstani economy. And the things that Mr. Setkaliev mentioned today, although it seemed like some things are delayed or postponed and so and so, and then in that particular part we will enter the markets, and that might not be very impressive to global investors. Maybe the global investors are thinking about decarbonization or regulatory requirements and so on, but it should be impressive to us because we believe that this should be truly a people's IPO, because we need to create a sense of ownership among Kazakhstani people. And we remember the lessons of privatization in UK, where people had the ownership en masse, and we should work to avoid the same mistakes that happened to vouchers in the post-Soviet system or in Russia or in Kazakhstan, because it's very important for the population to have shares, to get this wealth so that people can understand that their wealth is growing along with the economic growth of the country. The second important thing that Mr. Setkaliev has mentioned is the corporate governance and transparency issue. It's not only about making things right in the companies, clearing things up to make sure that the companies are easy to understand so that you can see the way the procurement works or economic flows are managed. It's also important to think about the way the companies work on decarbonization, how the company creates jobs, whether the companies can do that or there will be private market in the yellow pages format. That's also an important question. And the role of the structures directly owned by the states should probably decrease, because there should be some room, there should be competition rules, because we understand that in the previous economic model this probably did not work well. There were always some bottlenecks that you could not get past. In some things you couldn't go past certain stage, or some other niche was already occupied by someone else. And we think that the jobs will be created by SMEs, not by the state or the ministries. So all those niches that will be freed up will be taken by those businesses, and that's probably a prerequisite for a new social contract. So I would just like to congratulate everyone that we've got great news. We'll probably learn more. We'll learn more details. Yesterday, the president has mentioned also about our commitment to privatization process, and it's the story that cannot be done in 1 year. But there is a clear understanding and sequence of steps, and Samruk Kazina does have this vision. The government is working every day. They're discussing the matters of the future economic strategy, and I'm getting ahead of myself, but when Mr. Gil will speak in the last summary of the World Bank, he'll probably make people depressed, because we might be looking good short term, but we need to think about what we are going to do long term to make those changes happen in relation to diversification, creating competitive economy and inclusive model of economic growth. And certainly during other sessions we'll also talk a lot about social mobility, about new tech models, about educational models, research models, decarbonization. So I invite you to participate in all our sessions that are available online. In many of those there is a direct link to the social media. So thank you for your participation, and let me finalize by saying that we are all optimistic about the future. Thank you, Mr. Kalimbetov.
We had, I think, quite a rigorous discussion on the Kazakhstan and how we have reacted as a country for the January events. And now I would like to put that into a global context, right? And we cannot here avoid talking about the war that, as we said, that's happening in the European part of the continent, right? And then the sanction rhetoric that has developed around it. And I think there are other big factors and the global trends that are unfolding and that will have huge impact on the global economy. And I would like you, Dr. Gill, comment on this and give your overview. What are the macro factors that we should be looking for and we should be aware of?
Thank you very much, Chair. So first, I have to apologize for not being here in time. The second thing I wanted to do was quickly to tell you about how we are seeing changes in the world. We just put out this report. It's called the Global Economic Prospects Report. We put it out earlier this month, and I'd urge you to read it, right? The thing that we discovered when we were doing this was there's a lot of uncertainty in the world, and I think that just talking about what's going to happen in the world in 2022 is uncertain enough. So I'll quickly tell you exactly what were the main changes that we made, right? The first, I guess the short summary of the new numbers is that we've downgraded growth forecasts for 2022 for this year for nearly 3/4 of all countries, right? The exceptions are mostly commodity exporters like Saudi Arabia and so on. And the exceptions to these commodity exporters are actually Russia and Ukraine, right? In the sense that their prospects have become downgraded. The growth forecast for the global economy has been cut by almost a third. The growth forecast for emerging markets and developing countries has also been cut by nearly a third. The only regions that we expect to do better as now than we thought back in January of 2022 was Sub-Saharan Africa as well as the Middle East and North Africa, right? Those are the two things. Now, just to give you the 2 or 3 quick numbers that you might be interested in, for the global economy, we cut our forecast from 4.1% for this year to 2.9, right, which is about a third. For advanced economies, it was 3.8 to 2.6. For Kazakhstan, we cut it from 3.7 to 2.0, right, for this year. And for I would say that the biggest change was for Russia, where we cut our forecast from 2.0 at the beginning of the year to now to like -9 for this year. Okay, so a huge swing, about 11 percentage points. Now that is what we were thinking. Now the best way for me to tell you, you know, is to sort of say how are we seeing things differently now than we did 6 months ago, right? So 3 big changes. First is 6 months ago, we were worrying about low-income countries that were struggling with debt and slow growth. So we were worried about the fact that low-income countries were not recovering quickly enough, right? So these were countries like Ethiopia, Chad, Zambia, and so on. Now, we're as concerned about middle-income countries. I'm talking about Lebanon and Sri Lanka and Ghana and countries like that. So that's the first difference. So we are as worried now about middle-income countries as we are about low-income countries. So 6 months ago, we were also worried about rising prices in some countries, right? That we were attributing mainly to supply bottlenecks, right? So we thought that there were supply bottlenecks in product markets, and we thought that once these supply bottlenecks thing, there will be a moderation of these prices. Now we are as worried about high inflation in all countries, not just commodity importers, as well as the consequences of these for financial markets, right? The third main difference is that 6 months ago, we were worrying about a slowing recovery and increases in the prices of some of these commodities. Now we are starting to worry about a generalized stagflation. And stagflation is a scary term that brings back bad memories of the mid-70s and lost decades in the 80s and things like that. Yeah. All right. So I think what does this mean for policymakers, right? For essentially, I think it means that policymakers have a more narrow path that they have to sort of traverse through. When you're trying to sort of get through a more narrow path, you tend to need more balance, right? Yeah. Because you could easily fall left or right. And there are 3 types of balances. So the first one is between monetary tightening to fight inflation, which is what you were talking about, as well as strengthening the economic recovery. And I think that the best way to strike this balance is to take a good, hard look at the quality of fiscal spending. And you have to improve fiscal thing because you don't have fiscal space, you don't have monetary space, so you have to improve the quality of spending. But that is difficult, right? The second balance is between quicker growth and things like energy security, right? And the best way perhaps is to do this through more energy efficiency policies, but that's difficult too, okay? And then the third one is between economic efficiency and economic security. And the best way to do this is through integrated trade and capital markets, financial markets. But this is becoming very difficult because of the growing political fragmentation, what Kairat mentioned, the geopolitical tensions and so on, that thing. So let me just end with a quick reflection about what really, especially for Kazakhstan, what is it that I would be more worried about? So I mentioned in the last session that I am actually much more worried not about this year, but about the next decade, you know? Sure. And why are we so concerned about the next decade? So the way that I was sort of thinking about it was I started to work in international development and so on around the early 1990s. And now that I look back upon it, between 1990 and 2016, you probably had the golden age of economic development. You had, you had improvements in living standards, in incomes, and so on. 25 years of progress, amazing progress, and so on. And if you reflect on it, you say, what is it that actually led to that? And there were two or three things. The first one was a generalized recognition that macroeconomic stability was very important. You shouldn't have high inflation and stuff like that. And we are worried about that now, right? The second thing was that there was a general recognition that it should be the private sector that should take the lead in economic development and growth and so on, right? And so I was very heartened to hear Kairat still talking about a high-quality privatization and things like that. But in general, we start to sort of see that there is a reconsideration of the value of state-owned enterprises, not so much as to sort of occupy the commanding heights of the economy, but much more to sort of think of them as a social stabilizing instrument, that kind of a thing. So that worries me too. And then the third thing, of course, is that if you look back upon this decade, you actually find this was very unusual in the sense that you had complete integration of global markets, or not complete integration, but much more integration of global trade and capital markets, right? Especially after the fall of the wall and so on, you had between 1990 and 2015, you had this great period of essentially multilateral trade agreements and so on, so that poor countries could actually, if they did the first two things, if they instituted a stable macroeconomy, and if they made sure that the private sector was unleashed, you actually got a supply response. And what you could do with that supply was you could actually access world markets and so on. But now, because of these geopolitical things, what we would all have to worry about whether or not there's this growing fragmentation again. And when the world fragments, it doesn't fragment into two parts. It's not like the West versus Russia and China and so on, because I come from India, and India is saying that we are not going to pick either side. So you end up getting a fragmentation into three. Once you get that, I think that we would have to start to worry about whether or not the next 25 years is going to be nearly as good as the last 25. Let me stop.
Thank you, Dr. Gill. I think you gave a quite good overview of what the unfolding trends that will affect the global market and especially the Kazakhstan. And I think when you're talking about the middle income and the lower income countries, that's resembles like what we call in the capital markets frontier markets. So I would like to ask Mr. Kunanbayev on what is actually the big money thinking, right? What are the investors thinking? Whether how these global trends affecting them, and whether they're still interested in frontier markets, and especially in Kazakhstan. Yeah, you just press the button. Yep.
Yeah, thanks very much for the question, and I think it's a highly relevant one in the context of the preceding discussion. Yeah. To answer your first question, clearly the latest events have affected the investor perception of the world, and this is translated in numbers. So let's look at some hard statistics. Despite a very good start to the year, picking up a very strong dynamic from last year, the global IPO market year to date is down by approximately 40%. In terms of the number of transactions, and in terms of volume, it's even further than that. It's down by 57%, which is actually quite dramatic given where the market has been last year. If you look at the frontier markets, the situation appears even more grave, with overall number of transactions down by 85%. So it is a very, very sharp decline in the terms of the number of deals and volume of deals that are being done in today's market, which currently reflects, I suppose, the ongoing concerns that investors harbor with respect to the macroeconomic outlook. So these trends come against a very difficult backdrop where you can call it several black swans colliding at the same time. Well, first of all, of course, there are concerns about the global growth, which has only just started to pick up following the pandemic, and which has been dealt a very serious blow by a combination of geopolitical factors, causing further disruption to the supply chains. And then there are inflationary pressures, of which the previous speaker has talked about at length. There are concerns among investors about the potential increases in interest rates globally. And all of that is not a particularly positive sign for the markets. That said, there's also a silver lining, I suppose, to these challenges. We on our end believe that the global recession can be avoided, despite some of the doomsayers having different opinion. We believe that asset valuation declines have been arrested, and we expect to see some gradual recoveries over the course of the next several months. Asia is going to be key to future growth globally, and in particular China, where we think, again, some of the assessments have been largely on the downside, and we expect there to be positive surprises further down the year. Furthermore, we think that some of those interest rate hikes, of which everybody's talking about these days, are already largely priced in the asset valuations, okay? And finally, which is probably a good sign for Kazakhstan, I think there's a consensus among analysts that the commodity exporters are going to benefit from the continuing commodity cycle. So, despite all these challenges, I was really encouraged by Mr. Satkaliyev's statement about ongoing efforts to spur privatization in Kazakhstan, and we, as banks, definitely welcome the opportunities that this is going to present to both the investment community as well as intermediaries as well as the governments worldwide. What would it take to for these privatizations to be successful? We really think it will take a few factors. First of all, we need a little bit of stability, and of course, stability is what everybody is after. First of all, of course, some geopolitical stability is going to be key. Secondly, some market stability, and again, we're already seeing some very encouraging signs of this. And finally, we would all look forward to seeing a few blue chip, top quality transactions being done in the international markets. At that point in time, we would very much expect the interests of global investors towards frontier markets to recover. I've mentioned before this 85% decline in the number of IPOs in the frontier market since the beginning of the year. If you talk about this remaining 15%, an interesting fact is that most of them are what we call domestic stories. Okay, there were actually placements in the domestic markets that were primarily supported by domestic investors, and Middle East provides a very, very good example of that. So going forward, we would expect investors in our region to be much more selective than they previously were, at least for the period of time. They will focus on stories that will offer a different risk-reward combination. They will be looking for high-quality, well-orchestrated and well-timed stories. Again, very, very important for the government to be consistent in delivering upon its promise for privatization, equally picking up the right windows and the right stories to place these offerings in the market. Focus remains very much on fundamentals and ESG. Everybody likes these three letters these days. Environmental, social, and governance takes a prevailing tone in investors' assessments of the outlook for the year. So, long story short, I think it is very, very important that we all realize that the local markets will provide a very substantial backup to the international offerings. And once again, this is where we welcome the efforts of the Kazakh government, of AEX, of the Kazakh Stock Exchange in pushing forward with this upcoming privatization to make sure that not only is the wealth of the nation shared with the people, but equally that the companies themselves get an impetus from growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kononbayev, especially for the optimistic notes, but I have to say that I'm generally a glass half full person, so I always look forward for better times. Mr. Akayev, if I may ask, right, you are the global bank on Kazakh market, and Mr. Kononbayev already started, but I wanted to ask for your view, what we need to do, what needs to be done on our side to actually keep the global investor attention on Kazakhstan and to attract them.
Thank you, Rinat, for your question. For the bank, for Global Bank operating in Kazakhstan, we are on a daily basis dealing with the foreign investors. And here, when we talk about foreign investors, we talk first of all about foreign direct investors and foreign portfolio investors. We work with both of them. And dealing with them on a daily basis, we hear their feedback, we hear their trends, expectations. If we speak first of all about foreign direct investments, I think here it is important to mention and again to reiterate the success of Kazakhstan. So I think $370 billion of direct investments, it's a really big sizable amount which was attracted during 30 years of independence. And the story is continuing. For instance, in 2021, the size of the direct investments was about $24 billion, which is more than, I think more than 35% above of 2020 and above the expectation even of the government, which was about, I think, $90 billion. So it is important when we talk daily with our clients, corporates who are representing these investments. The key trends are, first, it is what Timur mentioned, of course, ESG, it is absolutely obvious, digitalization. Also, we hear from them cost optimization, shared services, creation of IT hubs, creation of innovation labs. And this is something which the companies are dealing on currently at present times. When we talk about the portfolio investors, the global institutional investors coming who are interested to come to invest to Kazakhstan, first of all, as a complement, as a positive side, I can say that many of them saying that, first of all, no, when compared to other emerging markets, no investment approval is required. It is easy and transparent way to register with tax authorities and get business identification number. So I will say some exact concrete things, feedback. Of course, I appreciate macroeconomic views said here, but what I hear from from the institutional investors on a daily basis. But something which is important to mention is to develop the digital infrastructure. For instance, many of them saying, why, given the distance of these institutional investors in Kazakhstan, when, for instance, a new one wants to come to Kazakhstan, they are facing the still account documentation issues, like why don't we implement more digital, for instance, signatures, international standards like DocuSign, for instance. This issue has been raised by us as an advocate on behalf of the institutional investors and other corporates on the platform of the Foreign Investors Council in the digitalization working group with the Minister of Digitalization. I think it is worth to consider this, and it will improve, it will make easier for them to come and do simple stuff here. Next thing is to consider, for instance, if those investors who are interested to invest into stocks, simple again stuff, why don't we introduce the electronic voting? Currently, we are still on the annual shareholding meetings.
Corporate actions.
Yeah, corporate actions, exactly. Now we are voting by hand, we are coming as representative of these foreign institutional investors. Why don't we introduce this? And as a positive side, I know that in the concept and strategic concept of the central depository, it is there in their strategy of 2022-2024, but these are sometimes simple, but they're really important things which are making life of our institutional investors easier. Next, those investors who are interested to invest into government securities of Kazakhstan. We've done, I think the Minister of Finance did a good progress of introduction of 1 day a week auction date. Because for investors it is predictable, it is understandable, they are gathering their liquidity, they are coming on a specific date. The next thing is introduction of the yields from 1 to 5 years versus 5-10 years. Again, more attraction, more interesting to come. And using Clearstream settlements, as well as dialogue with the banking sectors, dialogue with the market players. We see that this dialogue is now coming on a frequent basis. But overall, when we speak with the investors, of course, the key message is communication. All the time, they're saying whatever happening on your market, they'd like to know from all of us. It is not a secret when the company, any issuer comes to the market, they talk like 50% of their feedback is more about Kazakhstan than about their company. And I think the example when we did the global investors calls together with the key stakeholders, including Ministry of Finance, National Bank, Ministry of Economy, Samruk Kazana, it was a very positive example, and I think that this is something to be continued and will provide more and more visibility of what's happening here. We discussed during the lunch, Renate said that we should bring more people here so that they know what's happening here. Sometimes it is difficult, it's challenging. We will, of course, committed helping with this, but at the same time, we should ourselves to be proactive, coming to the investors and to tell story of Kazakhstan. And as we've heard today, it is a lot to say about Kazakhstan.
Yes, thank you, Sauli. Exactly as we've discussed, we can, thank you first of all for your answer. And yeah, we need to communicate regularly, but also hearing from people who travel here, especially first time, they're amazed by just seeing Astana. Imagine what happens when they see Almaty actually, how beautiful, and they see the development of the pace in the country. So we should be actually doing at least once a year, bring all the investment community globally here. But anyway, thank you for your thoughts. And I would like to ask Mr. Kaufman, given your extensive background in equity capital market, in emerging markets, how funds, global funds, are reconsidering their strategies in current global context, and I mean, like, the different industries, right? What the new Kazakhstan story, investment story, around what industries we could spin it? What do you think the interesting industries for the investors, please?
Okay, first, just let me say, Renat, it's really good to be back here after 2.5 years. I was last year in November 19, and all of this that's happened in the meantime was unimaginable. Then finally we have COVID behind us, and then we have the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which clearly presents for you, like everybody, it's a challenge for everybody. There are very few countries in the whole world where this is just an opportunity. But it's in a bigger, in some way, challenges to you because of your situation and the whole relations between Russia and Kazakhstan, and the balance that you very successfully trod all this time. But actually, because of the resources in particular that you have here, it's actually quite a good opportunity relatively. There's a lot of other countries where it's just a challenge. I mean, there's no good way out. They just have to weather the storm and keep their head down. And I think the other aspect of, the obvious opportunity is you've got oil and gas, everyone wants oil and gas. The problem you've got is transport, and you no longer have Russian rail and ports to get it out, and it's going to take time to develop those alternatives. On the other hand, it's forcing you, we've heard diversification as a buzzword, it's forcing you to diversify faster than you would have been doing. And that's good, and it's also, I think, forcing you, encouraging you to find other ways of developing your economy. You've got a young economy. One of your advantages, there are a lot of other resource-rich countries in the world where there are hundreds of millions of people, and that's a problem. You've got under 20 million people and all these resources. So it's actually much easier, I think, for you to reform, to do the economic reforms and really get an immediate kind of social and economic return. Going back to what Mr. Sakaryev was announcing on the sort of people's domestic IPOs and what Karen Berdov said, I was in the UK Treasury in the 1980s when Mrs. Thatcher did the privatization. And then I was in Schroders, which then became part of Citi, where we did some of these big UK privatizations. And I've then privatized Eastern Europe. Where it works best is when you do what you're doing. Vouchers are a terrible idea because they're not worth anything in the hands of ordinary people, and they get accumulated in a few people, and then they're worth something, but then they are no longer in the people's hands. So putting shares in the hands of the population has worked really well wherever it's been tried. It worked in the UK, it worked in Poland. They didn't do it so much in the Czech Republic, so the capital markets in the Czech Republic are not as vibrant as in the Polish market. So, before you were going more the international and domestic way. Now you're kind of being forced to do the domestic way. That's going to be good for you. It's going to be good for the country and the development of its markets. So there's a benefit of these changes and these challenges which are confronting you. Your resources, also special metals, they're an opportunity. They come with logistical challenges, which are also, you're going to have to invest. That's also, in a way, also good for the economy. I think it's, you're very adept. You've had to tread the sort of path between China and Russia. It's obviously much more critical now. The pressure from Russia is greater. And that's why you see that in the Kazatomprom share price. Uranium price is up 10%, share price is down 30%. So maintaining your balance is going to be really important for international investors. They're going to be very concerned to see you able to maintain your independence, keep that balance. And then there's an opportunity just in that discount unwinding. And also, that discount is going to affect whatever people invest in. So whatever new activities you're going to be trying to bring in international investors in, you don't want them to be coming in at such a big discount. So in addition to sort of resources and logistics, transport, renewable energy was the first thing we had put down, and then I heard your announcement about separating out Samruk energy into a green energy, and then putting the nasty, smelly, dirty coal somewhere separate. It's a great idea, and the time has come for that. That's a really good thing to do. Agriculture, financial services, tourism. There's actually a lot of potential here for tourism. Whenever anyone comes to Kazakhstan, they're amazed at what you have, and the landscape and the country and the variety as well. And technology. Kaspi is an extraordinary story, and it's really showing what can be done with technology in terms of leapfrogging sort of stages of development. My colleague Ildar over there, he's a research analyst. He thinks you've got fantastic opportunities in blockchain, and that's leaving aside what's happening with crypto and all the turbulence, volatility there. As a technology for traditional finance to use, it has potential. You've got a human capital here. You've got pioneering companies here. You've got cheap energy. I think you've been investing in data mining. Sorry, not data mining. Crypto mining, blockchain mining. Here, that's a natural advantage you have. Sort of offshoot of business development and tourism. This fantastic centre here, which blows your mind when you first see it. Trade fairs and conventions. Even duty-free shopping. I mean, you don't have the beach like they have in Dubai, but maybe you have an international financial center. Maybe there's something to be done there. So I think challenges clearly, but a kickstart for your diversification. And there are lots of areas I think where international investors can invest and where you have lots of advantages.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for sharing that thoughts. And I think we are almost finishing. So as a closing remark, I would like every speaker, right, to give a very short statement. So I would start from me, right? The world economic is very dynamic. So the worst is behind. Or am I being too optimistic? Who would like to start on this?
I'm going to go first because I'm Mr. Gloom. And then other people can cheer you up. I would say I am gloomy, not so much about Kazakhstan, but about the whole world. But I think Kazakhstan is actually going to be one of the places best situated if there is a recession, a global recession, and really difficult times. I think you'll be in one of the best places to pick up because you have got resources, you've got a small population, you're reforming really well, and you've got lots of opportunities. But that's on the other side of what I see. So I really hope you're right, Timur, or your bank is right, because I think inflation is going to be higher even still than people think. I think interest rates are going to be a lot higher than people expect. And when interest rates go up, then even if the shocks that cause this are external, and it wasn't like in 2008 finance, it really hurts, and asset values fall. But it's not just asset values fall, incomes fall, combination of inflation, price inflation without wage inflation going up, corporate income falls. I don't think, PEs are down, but I think earnings are going to be lower. Corporate earnings are going to be lower than people expect. I think there will be recessions that are going to be painful. And what is like in 2008 is there's a lot of debt out there. It's maybe not so much in the banks, and the banks are better capitalized than they were, but a lot of non-bank financial institutions. I'm looking at Patrick's face, and that's gonna be painful. But I'm the negative guy, so.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to? Yes, please, Mr. Satkali.
I'm also optimistic, but pragmatically. I believe that Kazakh economy is resilient to current crisis, and at this stage of economic cycle, we have to stress attention on the investment into infrastructure and utilities, and new energy basket by construction, new alternative power plants and renewables, into agri-tech, into investment into human capital. And all of these investments will create a stable foundation for future sustainable economic growth and inclusivity. And Samruk-Kazyna, as a part of New Kazakhstan concept, must be leader of this process. Thank you.
Definitely, thank you. I think, Mr. Minister, you have to go for the next session, right?
Let me just comment on this, and then I'll leave with your permission. So just wanted to say that last week the government approved the new concept of investment policy by 2026, which is based on 3 pillars. One of them is the rule of law and forming the stable and predictable investment climate. The second one is the development of private sector, including, so it will be based mostly on ESG, and also it includes the development of financial and funding market, including the AFD, and taking into account what we've already heard today about the IPO of our leading national oil and gas company, and there will be other companies in the future. So this will be one of the pillars as well. And the third one is also the use and increase of our internal potential. Kazakhstan has vast resources, and we should also take them into consideration. So not just using the natural resources, but make the deepest, using the more up-to-date technologies, and making the deepest, investment in developing developing this, in making this value added the most that we can, and in general, so we should use, and I always say that, starting from February events in general, that we should use these opportunities. This is time for an opening window for opportunities, and I think now everyone is talking about this, and we should definitely here to capture those chances, not only from the side of the government, but for the businesses and from the side of global investors in general. So here we are, and we are already also from the side of the government to help the investors to do business in Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Kumanturov. Anyone would like to make even more statements forward-looking?
Perhaps if I can comment on what Nick and Mr. Satkaliyev have said earlier, I will certainly put myself in kind of a neutral camp. And I think Mr. Satkaliyev struck a very important note, calling Kazakhstan's economy resilient. And I think that is indeed a critical signature of Kazakhstan's economy in the present challenging and volatile environment. That said, this resilience should not allow us rest on our laurels. And this reminds me of a conversation I have had a few years back with one of the most senior government officials in this country, who said, listen, it's easy to market Kazakhstan when things are good, when oil prices are over $100 a barrel, etc. But then it becomes very difficult to do things, okay? Because things are good, everybody's comfortable where they are, no need to change things, no need to take risks, etc. I actually happen to think that this present environment, where on one hand Kazakhstan has the resource and can benefit from an ongoing commodity cycle, and on the other hand is faced with a difficult set of circumstances externally, presents a great opportunity for the country to present itself, really, and to execute what has long been promised. One final comment, perhaps. I think if we at JP Morgan and Saule at Citi were not believers in the future of this country, we probably wouldn't be here, right? We wouldn't be doing business. So that is certainly, to us, a sign of commitment of what is to come.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, please, Mr. Baker.
Maybe I also add something. I hope, Renat, you're right, and maybe the worst is behind us, but we should remember that every time when we too much optimistic, some views are changing or some black swans happened. And for example, last year, I maybe as a central banker every time talk about the inflation, but really the major central banks discuss a lot about the temporary nature of the high inflation. Now we see discussions about the risk of de-anchoring of inflation expectations and inflation spiral. For example, another post-COVID recovery is going well, but black swan happened, and now we see the geopolitical conflict in Ukraine and food crisis, possible food crisis, and disruption of supply chain. That's why I believe we don't have a crystal ball, and we cannot foresee the future. But what we can do, we can set up a sound policy mix, and it's a key for sustainable economic growth and ability to absorb the economic shocks. That's why it's like a prudent fiscal rule, independent monetary policy, smart and less regulation to businesses. From my point of view, less subsidies to the businesses, but more market competition. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, of course. Yeah, that's also like when we talk about not institutional, but retail investor, what we say is discipline. A lot of the time, I think 90% beats the talent, right, especially on the investment market. Any other comments?
Yeah, I would echo to the speakers here that resilience is a key word. Kazakhstan demonstrated resilience towards the shocks, and I think we have all grounds to expect that Kazakhstan should succeed, given the plans just said by Minister of Economy, also by Deputy Governor of the National Bank. And there is no other way just to use the new opportunities. Thank you.
Dr. Gill, would you add anything?
Well, the only thing I would add is I'm actually optimistic about economic policies, because I think that we have seen the effect of really bad economic policies, like when, for example, central banks start to worry about things that they shouldn't worry about and stop worrying about things that they should, right? So I think those lessons will be learned and economic policy will be better. I am pessimistic about geopolitics along the lines of what people are saying. And I think that could derail, I think that could actually limit the potential of the world over the next 2 or 3 decades. But who knows? I hope I'm wrong. So I hope I'm right about the first and wrong about the second. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the speakers, and can we give one round of applause for our speakers? I think it was, my personal view, a very good discussion, and if we are about to remember one thing from this session, KMG IPO is happening this year. Thank you. Our next panel will start in a half an hour with some of the listed companies and some potential to be listed companies. So thank you, and see you in a half hour. It's at 4. Oh, sorry, it will start in just a few minutes. Lost track of the time. We start the next session in a few minutes. I'm sorry, I've lost the time actually. It's okay. We started. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Инвестиционная недвижимость от бренда The Ritz-Carlton в самом сердце столицы Казахстана. 27 элитных апартаментов признаны лучшими резиденциями года в сети The Ritz-Carlton по всему миру. Приватная атмосфера и безупречный стиль, высококлассный сервис и уникальная инфраструктура – это ваша лучшая инвестиция в недвижимость. Beyond Top Biarritz.
The Astana International Exchange is a world-class exchange in the heart of Eurasia. Overseas investors will feel right at home dealing with the exchange's world-class trading infrastructure and clear regulatory conditions based on English law. As its network of local and overseas brokers continues to grow daily, the AIX has managed to create a robust trading and settlement system. Mining companies enjoy special conditions, allowing them to raise exploration and production capital easily. And private businesses can attract flexible investment quickly and with minimal bureaucracy. Special conditions are also in place for raising capital and developing projects as part of the International Belt and Road Initiative. The AIX is recognized for its modern and innovative market approach. It has also set up a multi-currency platform to raise capital in any country.
Уважаемые спикеры, пожалуйста, пройдите за свои места. Уважаемые спикеры панельной сессии, прямой эфир начнется через 3 минуты.
For retail investors, opens up capital market opportunities to everyone in Kazakhstan. For many people, this is the first stepping stone to opening a brokerage account and becoming an active investor. The AIX is an integral part of the new investment landscape.
Kurak Korpe is a traditional Kazakh quilt, one of the most ancient Central Asian arts. It was believed that the more pieces that we use to make a Kurak Korpe, the more offspring, wealth and livestock the owner would have. AIX members and issuers form a solid, colorful business community, just like a traditional Kurak Korpe. Despite the fact that they are all different, they follow the same pattern, focused on diversity and mutual interests in business practices.
My name is Janet Heckman, and I want to first of all say during the day, you've had the opportunity to hear a lot of government officials, international experts, people from IFIs, potential investment banks, but today you're here for the real business, the real panel. Here you have the companies that are the backbone of Kazakhstan, where the real potential and the real future of the country exists. So we're really lucky to have here today on our panel 5 of the biggest companies working and actually producing and investing in Kazakhstan. So Kazatomprom, BCC, Air Astana, Haluk Bank, and Kazakgas, as well as Samruk Kazina, who is responsible for a good portion of the domestic economy of Kazakhstan. So without further ado, I'd like to start this session with a video message from Mr. Edward Knight, who is the Executive Vice Chairman of NASDAQ, and NASDAQ is one of the shareholders of AIX, and it also provides the trading platform that AIX uses. If I can draw your attention to the screen, please.
Greetings from the NASDAQ market site at Times Square in New York City. I'm Ed Knight, the Executive Vice Chair of NASDAQ. On behalf of all my colleagues at NASDAQ, I'm honored to speak to you and congratulate AIX on hosting the Astana Finance Days Forum. NASDAQ is proud of its strategic partnership with AIX and our role in supplying technology to a critical element of the Kazakhstan economic infrastructure. Now more than ever, your market is needed to fuel the continued growth of your economy. Now more than ever, the world needs the continued growth of your economy as the world struggles to find energy and food resources. Now more than ever, the importance of modern, well-regulated, agile markets has never been more important. Critically, you have proven to be resilient and innovative in serving your investors and stakeholders. Despite the strains caused by the pandemic and global market turmoil, your market has been strong, steady, and reliable. Despite many challenges, you were able to successfully execute on your vision and become one of the first global markets to migrate to the cloud. In doing so, you have ensured your market is well protected from financial crime and cyber attacks. This far-sighted move will position you well to serve global investors and continue to fuel economic growth in Kazakhstan. NASDAQ is proud to have been on this journey with you. We are optimistic that your country will not only thrive with your help, but play a critical role in solving global economic challenges. We are excited about the bright future ahead for AIX in Kazakhstan. NASDAQ sends our best wishes for a successful forum, and we invite you to visit the market site when you are next in New York City. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that gives you an idea of the depth and breadth of AIFC and AIX. I believe that all of you, if we turn now to our panel discussion, I believe all of you would agree that Kazakhstan is being influenced by many aspects of the current global crisis. One of the, I suppose we should say, positive side benefits is the opportunity for Kazakhstan to benefit from the potential need for the current global need for energy. Kazakhstan has defined one of its own key comparative advantages is in meeting the growing demand for uranium. And Kazatomprom has already been working towards establishing new nuclear fuel cycle production facilities. And since Kazatomprom was the first company listed on AIX, I'd like to start this panel session with brief presentation of the company. Mr. Baturbayev, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Greetings, everyone. So I'm expecting that everyone actually knows what kind of company Kazatomprom is. So as long as we're the first IPO company, and we have to start all our presentations, all our messages with disclaimer. That's an obligatory part that we have to go through. Yeah. So generally, Kazatomprom is a national company which was established in 1997, and actually at that time Kazakhstan was not even on the map of nuclear uranium producers. So in 20 years, situation had changed completely. So producing from 1,000 ton, we actually in 20 years went to becoming the largest producer in the world, to bringing our production to 24.6 thousand tons in 2016. So all of this was supported by the so-called nuclear renaissance and great boom in nuclear commodities in the kind of commodity super cycle that we have seen in 2000s till the financial crisis in 2008. So now Kazatomprom is more than, let's say, Kazakhstan is more than 40% of the global nuclear market, where Kazatomprom attributably has almost 23%. All this production was reached by establishing a joint ventures with world leaders in nuclear. So we have joint ventures with Chinese companies, with Japanese companies, with Russian, with French, and with Canadian ones as well. So kind of what we are bringing not only in production, but starting from 2018, we're not only leaders in producing, but we are also leaders in selling of uranium. So, and from 2020, I think we are also kind of achieved the tag of being the greatest company in terms of income as well, not only in the volume of sales. So, but again, we could be comparing ourselves only with listed companies and those who publish their financial results. So that's in terms of ESG, which is the most important topic in nowadays. We are also acquiring an ESG rating this year. We hope that we will get it. And actually, our method of producing, we use ISR method. It's recognized as the world cleanest method, which does not generate any waste. So in that sense, we're moving forward. Our corporate governance is also well rated, and the second year in a row, our corporate governance rating is A. So here, I'd like to turn your attention to what we have in our industry, actually, with all the decarbonization part, with all the ESG stuff. So kind of, clean energy is becoming a very hot topic. It's, so there is a Paris Agreement, which states the targets for most of the countries to kind of come to the carbon neutrality by 2050 or 2060, and Kazakhstan also took several commitments. So based on that, I mean, nuclear has been recognized as a part of the solution. So it's a baseload energy source that is recognized as clean. And with all the renewables, I mean, this is a good package to actually to help the countries to shift to decarbonization. So based on World Nuclear Association estimation that they have made, I mean, nuclear is going to grow almost twice by 2040, and generation of electricity is going to increase more than 50%. So that's a good demand story, which we are actually considering to capture. So as long as Kazakhstan and Kazatomprom are dominating on that market in terms of production and sales, we're looking forward to kind of becoming the good partner for that industry and help all the countries that are going to invest into nuclear to help them to provide the fuel. So in terms of our diversification and customer base. I mean, we have customers from all over the world. I mean, in the last 3 years, I think we captured all the customers available in the world. So we've made the deliveries to every country. Our recent kind of wins on the tenders were Romania, Brazil, and Argentina. So we are partnering with everyone. We have a strong customer base. It's very well diversified. So in that sense, we're feeling very comfortable. Logistically, we're also seeing some challenges, but we started those diversification to make sure that we could be fully flexible. We established the Trans-Caspian route for our cargo, but still we have our main delivery route through Russia, which is also available. At the same time, after we kind of went to IPO, we have changed our approach for sales and marketing, and we have established a trading house in Switzerland, which gives us full flexibility in terms of price offering and contract management. So we can be reflecting or responding to very quick deals, which our customers approach us. So at the same time, we have a representative office in US, and US is the biggest market at the moment. So we would like to be kind of fully flexible for our customers and make sure that we will get the response in time as our main competitors does. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to take this opportunity to ask you a question that actually wasn't on the prepared script. Perhaps as the first company to have done the IPO, can you talk about what the benefit was for the company, not in terms of the additional financial resources you generated, but in terms of what it meant for this change in the structure of the company and how it benefited Kazatomprom?
Well, thank you. That's I guess a very good question. Well, IPO was a great challenge for the whole company. We had to restructure, and we had to bring a structure, change a strategy. We had some businesses that were not actually our core businesses, so we had to change it completely. So now we have the focus only for uranium, especially uranium mining. So we searched the whole nuclear fuel cycle. We found out that the most attractive and profitable part is mining for Kazatomprom, but also we keep kind of our foot in all other parts of the nuclear fuel cycle. So whenever they become profitable and attractive, kind of, we will be there. At the same time, that gave us the transparency that we didn't have before. So now our financial reports are available. So whatever we say has to be justified and true. So we take care about what we're saying and what we're showing. And as long as we're audited by Big Four and everything is on AIX and London Stock Exchange, I mean, our words become incredible. So that credibility actually transferred to the trust from the customers. That's, I guess, the biggest advantage. That's what I can say from our part.
And Janet, if I may, I think Oskar didn't mention about the corporate governance, because with a new corporate governance after being listed at London Stock Exchange, we see absolutely different story at Kazatomprom. I mean, the chairman of the board is INET. All INETs are staying on the other side, protecting the rights of minority shareholders. And we basically treat Kazatomprom as a benchmark for all our companies towards being there, towards going for IPO with them. So I think it's worth mentioning corporate governance.
Thank you, Yerna.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent point, and I also think it's a good lead-in for our next company, Aristana. I've had the pleasure to be on the board Air Astana the last 2 years, and I've certainly seen over that period and over the previous time I've been involved with Air Astana, the great changes that preparation for IPO has made in the company. But just to go back a little bit, during my time as EBRD director in Kazakhstan, when I had to cite an example of why companies should consider investment in Kazakhstan, I always cited Air Astana. Why? Because 20 years ago, two investors, BAE and Samruk Kansina, invested $17 million to start Air Astana. As Peter joked this morning, $17 million wouldn't even buy you a 3-bedroom apartment in Mayfair, London right now. So, and over that time period, Air Astana has returned to shareholders more than $140 million in dividends. Air Astana, unlike all of the European airlines and most of the American airlines, during the 2-year crisis of the pandemic, you didn't see Air Astana take a penny in state aid. And for the past 10 years, it's been consistently voted the best airline in Central Asia and in India. So there's a real success story to be told, and I'll hand over the discussion right now to Peter Foster.
Thank you, Janet. Thanks very much. And it's a pleasure to have you on the board. I think it's been more than 2 years, Janet, actually. I think, yep, I think you've been there.
It just seems like it.
Yeah, Janet was one of course, you should have perhaps given a disclaimer before you started. You were one of our very best customers during your time as the head of the EBRD for all those years in Kazakhstan. And it's an absolute pleasure to see you back here today, Janet. So have you read the disclaimer? Good. So, in this day and age, actually, as the airline industry recovers, I'm not quite sure, in fact, I pretty much am sure, would I rather be running an airline or being the caretaker of a 2-bedroom flat in Mayfair? Probably the second of those two things at the moment. Because it is quite a challenging time for the airline industry. And just to put this into context, many of you will have come, of course, from Europe, some of you from the US, and of course, obviously, many of you locally here, and you'll have seen that things are quite difficult. Traveling around at the moment is a challenge, to say the least. And just to put this into context, as of now, 75% of the pre-COVID capacity, 75% of flights in the US and Europe are operating again. So we are now operating in Europe and the US, the industry that is, at 75% of 2019's capacity. In Asia, that's only 24%. And of course, obviously, a huge amount of that is driven by China and now Japan, but only 24%. So Asia has only recovered by 1 quarter. In Air Astana, we're operating at 110% of 2019. So we have recovered very quickly, but the industry as a whole, and we did not do this, in fact, in 2020, 2021, but the industry as a whole cut back on a huge amount of its resources and its future investments. And those were decisions obviously driven by the pandemic. And they were driven by the need to deliver cost savings. But what they did not do was to take into account how quickly the industry would recover. And when you think about it, it's pretty obvious, is it not, that come the moment where governments lifted the restrictions on people traveling, it was pretty damned obvious that everybody was going to tear off to their laptop or their travel agent and book a foreign holiday. And that's exactly what's happened, of course. Quite apart from the fact that business people have all got on a plane to restart their businesses, as evidenced by vast numbers of you here today. So whilst this was entirely predictable, it wasn't predictable by the world's airports or in large measure airlines, and that's why it is an extremely difficult period at the moment. And of course we are caught up in this because although we actually didn't make anybody redundant, we have to live and operate at those same airports, in those same air traffic systems, etc., etc. That's a rather long-winded way of saying that if your flight's been delayed on Air Astana for the last 2 days, I'm very sorry. But if I might just very briefly talk about where we are. Many of you know these statistics, of course, already. We have the youngest fleet, one of the youngest fleets in the world today. We have recovered from COVID very quickly. In fact, our recovery really was in 2021. We enjoyed 2021 because we were recovering when nobody else was. So we had all these airports to ourselves. Now, unfortunately, we have to share them. But at any rate, things are recovering very quickly, and that is very gratifying. I just wanted to spend a bit of time in the 2 minutes and 2 seconds left to me to talk very briefly about Flight Aristan, because the last time we all gathered here for this forum, Flight Aristan was only a gleam in our imagination, Evgenia, as you remember at the time. It didn't exist. Today, it's an 11-aircraft low-cost airline, a pure classic low-cost airline, the only one operating in this region. And you can see from that map there in front of you that, there's a lot of low-cost airlines operating in the world today, but there's only one genuine low-cost airline operating in this region. Now, I'm aware that you lot in this room don't look like the usual type of low-cost passengers, but believe me, this is the fastest growing segment in the world today and has been for many years. After recessions, it's a proven fact that low-cost airlines grow or recover far faster than full-service airlines. And that quite simply is because you have this pent-up demand for travel that we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, with, of course, obviously, a degraded ability to spending power, made worse on this particular occasion by inflation. So low-cost airlines do well after recessions. Flight Aristan is no exception. It grew at 550% last year. It carried very nearly the same number of passengers as Air Astana, obviously much lower revenue because it's low cost. But this really is one of the great opportunities that we have presented, not only, well, most importantly, to the traveling public in Kazakhstan and the region in these last 2 years, but obviously in the context of this forum and the context of this building and our shareholders. Now, I can't talk about any capital events, market capital events that we may or may not have planned in the next year or so. Obviously, I'm not permitted to do so. But were I permitted to speculate, it would be a reasonable if you like, element of speculation to state that were there ever to be a capital event involving Air Astana, the fact that Air Astana consists of 2 airlines, a highly successful full-service airline, and one of the fastest growing low-cost airlines in the world, would mean that investors in such a project would be getting 2 airlines for the price of 1. I see my time's expired, so I'll just very briefly run through these last 2 slides. We are a very low-cost airline, not only Flight Aristan, but the Air Astana Group. And the airline business, of course, is all about cost. That is the battleground on which we fight. And finally, it would be entirely remiss of me not to say that we take our environmental responsibilities very seriously. We manifest this commitment through the acquisition of new engine technology. We have one of the youngest fleets in the world that I mentioned, and of course that has dramatically reduced our carbon footprint per what we call revenue passenger kilometre, the unit of measurement, if you like, in terms of sustainability in the airline industry. We have not made any sort of, if you like, dramatic announcements towards net zero at this point, because obviously in our case that leads in only one direction at the moment, which is offset, and we're not yet in a position to make that commitment. But I think what this demonstrates is that we have an absolute commitment to operating an airline that is environmentally far more sustainable, not only to ourselves in the past, but also to the, in comparison to the industry at large. So I'm over my time. Thank you very much. Janet.
Thank you, Peter. Your comments on Ariston are particularly welcome in light of the comments earlier today by the speakers in the first session today on the importance of regional development. And certainly Fly Ariston has created its own market in Kazakhstan and has provided a lot of regional connectivity. One question many people have been asking is, what is the impact of the sanctions on Russia and Astana, and how was the business reconfigured in order to cope with the loss of Ukraine and Russian markets?
Yes, thanks for that question, Janet. It's obviously extremely relevant. We stopped flying to, from, and over the Russian Federation on the 11th of March. 7 o'clock in the morning, and that was when our insurance underwriters withdrew coverage for all of those flights. Since that time, actually, other key business partners and service providers have also imposed restrictions and sanctions. So we now have a sort of, if you like, a multi-layered sanctions regime that means that really there's no prospect in the immediate future of us flying to, from, or over the Russian Federation. And of course, obviously, Ukraine itself. That represents, or represented, about 11% of the network. Actually, demand is so strong for Turkey, Greece, Thailand, Korea, domestic, Georgia, the Caucasus, India, etc., etc., etc. Demand is so strong that we have no problem absorbing that capacity onto other routes. So in terms of, in fact, the financial performance of the company is dare I say it, airline CEOs tend to be sort of glass half empty types, but dare I say it, the prospects for this year are positive. We have absorbed all of that extra capacity very quickly. We have to remind ourselves that, you know, COVID had led to a situation whereby we were far from having restored all of our flights to Russia prior to the invasion. So, you know, we were only operating at about, I think, about 25% of what we had traditionally operated to Russia prior to the invasion on the 24th. So it wasn't quite as much of a shock as it might have been 2 years ago, for example. So in terms of absorbing that capacity, it's been absolutely fine, no problem. The issue we've had, of course, is the extra flying time to Europe. We have to fly now well south of the Black Sea, of course. That means that flights to Frankfurt and Amsterdam are an extra 90 minutes, and flights to London, unfortunately, we have to do a fuel stop on the Caspian at Aktau. So that's inconvenient and it's costly, and we've had to impose fuel surcharges on that. But we've had to learn to live with this, and I guess we're going to have to learn to live with it for a considerable time to come.
Thank you, Peter. A continuing good story and a success story. Also a success story in the banking sector. Another company which I'm very familiar with from my days in Kazakhstan is Bank Center Credit. BCC recently purchased the local subsidiary of Alfa Bank. Its Russian parent company was sanctioned by the US earlier this year. I'd like to congratulate BCC on this successful deal. And could you please share with us the recent developments in the bank and the industry, and in particular, how you've coped with one crisis after the next?
Thank you very much for introduction. Really, it was an interesting deal for us, and I want to present you a short presentation about our Center Credit and about the industry, how I see it. So Center Credit is a bank we are today is 34, and so we are the oldest bank in Kazakhstan, the private bank. And if you talk about the Alfa Bank, so For us, it's not like an acquisition, it's a merger, because we are going to not to lose all the benefits of the Alpha Bank and to implement all the corporate culture and products which Alpha had in the local market, and to get to our clients the best solutions and best products. And our outcomes, it's 2 million retail customers, 150,000 business clients, and we are going to be a second largest universal bank in Kazakhstan after Halyk. If we are talk about our future, I think the future it's in the open API. Open API and integration with the non-financial services, I think, is the future of the banking. Not only our bank going in this sector. I think all the banks now operate in the non-financial services, and we are going to develop the non-financial services and integrations with the GovTech, and I think it's the mainstream now in Kazakhstan. Many banks going there. But what about I want to tell today? I think we should pay attention more to the bank sectors, and bank sector in Kazakhstan has a lot of problems, and I want to present them, some of them. It's my ideas. First of all, what we can see that the top 10 banks accumulate almost 90% of the all banks' assets. I think it's too much. And the number of domestic banks in the country is less than 10. And the total number of banks by the end of this year will be got down to 21. I think we should pay attention to this problem because our sector became less than before this. And what the problems? I think if we look to this diagram, we can see that loan portfolio of the bank sector is growing mainly in retail segment. It's a really big problem. And retail lending boosts import, bringing pressure on the trade balance, which results in pressure on the exchange rate and high inflation in Kazakhstan. And I think it's really a problem because we have lack of supplies that cannot grow without well-developed corporate finance. And why it happens? To my opinion, it's some really problems in corporate finance in Kazakhstan. And the corporate sector has regulatory and legal imbalances. Corporate clients are not ready to comply with Basel III. I think it's a really big problem. AQR was conducted more strictly than the IFRS 9 and didn't take into account the aspects of our environment. We have a Lombard financing, while collection and collateral regulations are becoming stricter every year. And lack of long-term liquidity for financing of investment projects. I think it's problem of the future, because now we don't have any liquidity problems in short-term liquidity, but the long-term liquidity it's a real problem for Kazakhstan. So the next problem is no access to the state data for borrowers, for assess our borrowers, and to get a really quality risk assessment of our clients. What we can do to get these problems? I think we should customize AQR requirements to our realities, and we should prioritize rights of secured creditors. It's a really big problem for Kazakhstan now. Development of subsoil use and land use right markets. I think it's a really big opportunity for Kazakhstan. Now we really have a lack of using the collateral as a subsidized use and land use. And for our businessmen, it can be a really good opportunity to take a finance and avoid the affairs now for the collateral. But we should develop this market. We don't have a market of the subsidiary rights now. The next one is simplification of the bankruptcy procedures and reduction of loopholes in avoiding defaults. It's really a problem. For example, in our company we have a bankruptcy of our client for 10 years and more, and it's really a problem because a lot of loopholes allow to our companies avoid the defaults, and we are like creditors don't have a right to get our money back. The second, I think, really problem is our pension saving fund, and I think we should reform them, and we should create a really institution investors in Kazakhstan. This sector is now not developed, so for long investments, for long liquidity, we need investors, and first of all, of course, it's institutional investors. Without them, we cannot develop the long liquidity sector in Kazakhstan. The next is uniformity of court decision on debt collection. I think it's really a problem for our court. The next one is state programs should include distressed assets and to involve them in turnover and boost demand. It's really a problem. For example, we have state support for the create, for example, if you take elevator for agriculture, grain elevator, and we have a support to build one new one, but we don't have any programs. It's prohibited to, for example, buy the elevator, existing elevator. I think it's really frees our old investments which we've done in Kazakhstan, and maybe it can. And it's in effect not effective using the investments which have done before, and for a macroeconomic view, it's a real problem. And we should pay attention for this. And I think two last points I mentioned before. It's increasing bank access to state data for better evolution of borrowers, and API and gas from the state for everyone, which can help us to develop our sector and take more preferences from the data of the government, and to give our clients best solutions and best products. Thank you very much. That's all.
Mr. Husseinov, thank you very much for your extremely practical suggestions too on what can be done to improve the banking sector in Kazakhstan. Over the last 2 years, the banking sector, like the corporate sector in Kazakhstan and the globe really, has had to deal with the pandemic crisis, and then quickly followed in Kazakhstan by the events in January, and then the effects of the Ukrainian situation. Perhaps you can talk a little bit about what can be done in the banking sector to be better prepared for turbulent times, and how BCC has coped with these crisis situations.
Thank you for the question. Of course, it's a very extreme situation now with conflict between Ukraine and Russia, the general situation which was in Kazakhstan, but all the banks has plans which we are implemented in our risk scenarios, and of course for each of this situation we had a plan, and one of them we used, for example, in January. But for the future, I think we should be all the banks, maybe and BCC too, we maybe should be more risky and assess all the future from this situation, and maybe when we take a decision for our assessing the clients, maybe take in mind this situation and maybe decrease now the borrowers and give the loans to our clients. I think it's now we should see, only wait and understand what will be future, and when we understand really the end of this crisis moment, maybe after this we can maybe should be less risky than now. Thank you.
Thank you. And, you know, as we've seen with your acquisition, there are also opportunities as well as risks.
Yes, of course, all the crisis give us opportunity. I think Alpha was an opportunity for us, of course, in this situation.
Thanks. As we saw from this presentation, banks can actually ride the disruptive wave of the global crisis if they adapt to change and if they challenge the status quo a bit. Halyk Bank is not just one of the top credit institutions in Kazakhstan, it also has the largest customer base and branch network across the country. It's also part owner of Altin Bank, one of the top consumer high-end consumer banks in the country. Its ratings were recently confirmed by the big three rating agencies, which have once again shown adherence to the right strategic courses. And I'd like to ask Mr. Kusenev to elaborate a bit more about the strategy of the bank and perhaps about how you feel your corporate customers are adapting to this environment.
Thank you, Janet. Since we having this event in Astana Stock Exchange, let me remind you that Halyk Bank is now the oldest truly public company, because we have been listing on the London Stock Exchange since 2006, and now currently our shares are listed on London Stock Exchange, Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, and Astana Stock Exchange. And we have free float of 30%, and next to institutional investors across the globe and in Kazakhstan, we also have now more than 50,000 retail investors. So we are ready for IPO of Kazmunaygaz and any future IPOs. I think our clients and our shareholders also ready to participate, our retail base, obviously. We have been talking about the operating environment today a lot, and we as Halyk Bank during our public history went through a number of them, like global financial crisis, 2014, 2015, and we thought that 2020 was a challenging period. So it seems like with some short brief in 2021, we experiencing much more turbulent 2022. So let's see how we as Halyk Bank first was coping through all this period of time. As you mentioned, all three rating agencies confirmed our ratings this year, but I want to say that also in 2020, when the COVID situation created a big stress to the economy, and because we as Halyk Bank are the largest bank in Kazakhstan dealing with large corporates, SMEs and retail clients, we felt the pain of our clients immediately. We managed to maintain our ratings in 2020 already. And last year, actually, it was a very strong period in terms of rating reactions, because S&P and Fitch upgraded us by 1 notch last year, and Moody's upgraded us by 2 notches. And we managed to defend all three ratings from all three rating agencies this year. And a lot we're saying today about ESG, since we have a special ESG session which is running now in parallel, and now my colleague is talking about a lot, so I didn't put expressly ESG topic here, but I want also to add that last year we had upgrade in our ESG rating, because we also have public ESG rating from MSCI ESG Research, who upgraded our ESG rating to BB. So we see that we have a very resilient response to the crisis. So we have strong capital base. The capital has been reducing, but still is around 19%. And reduction in capital is for two reasons. First of all, we will continue to investing in our credit portfolio in large corporates and SME and retail, as well as we were distributing dividends to our shareholders. And in fact, we have been increasing our dividends payouts from 50 to 60%. We also trying to take the positives from the current situation. We actually witnessed that around 1 trillion of deposits had an inflow, both on corporates and retail side. And as well as you probably know, we acquired a big portfolio from Sberbank, which was quite diversified, including retail portfolio, small businesses, medium businesses, and large corporates. On the large corporates and SME business, our recent focus is on digitalization and cross-border synergy. We invested, since 2020, we invested a lot in digitalization proposition to our SME clients. We introduced the digital onboarding and digital credits to our individual entrepreneurs clients back in 2020, and actually time to yes for digital credits for individual entrepreneurs is less than 4 minutes. This year in January, and this is irrespective of all the events which we had in January, we launched the digital tender guarantee process. And actually our medium and small enterprises can participate in state-owned tenders and obtain tender guarantees with time to issue these guarantees also within 5 minutes. And actually, this month we launched the digital onboarding for legal entities for the limited liability partnerships. So it's also an innovative solution. So that helped us to increase our client base almost by 40% in the last 2 years. And we hear a lot of criticism that banks are not financing the real economy. I hope this is not about Halyk Bank, because we were significantly investing and supporting our clients during the difficult period of time, both on the corporate and SME basis. And our digital solutions is also helping to improve the client journey of our clients. So as you see on these slides, 90% of individual entrepreneurs currently open their accounts with Halyk Bank digitally. So there is no need for them to visit office in order to open account or to take credits. On retail banking, actually where digitalization actually started, we continue to further build our main platform called Halyk Home Bank. And you see that the number of monthly active users actually increased almost 4 times in last 2 years, which actually also helped us to improve proposition to our clients. And you see the percentage of digital loans and online credits which clients again can obtain and get the service through Halyk Home Bank also increased substantially. 3 out of 4 loans obtained by our retail clients through Halyk Home Bank. We further improving the services to our retail clients through developing our ecosystem. And we listed a few of them, like in the same Halyk Home Bank platform, clients can apply for auto insurance in digital format again. We were the first player on the market who offers digital we were first entity who offered digital tickets to buses this year. So now people can travel intercity by purchasing tickets also online. The market trend also to develop a marketplace. We have our own Halyk marketplace. and we have plans also to expand it further, probably outside of Kazakhstan. We're looking at Uzbekistan at this point of time. And Halyk Invest, this is the solution which we launched with our subsidiary, Halyk Finance, and the number of clients currently is 55,000, and it's continued to increase. And as I said, our client base is ready for any future IPOs, which I hope will happen soon in Kazakhstan. Kinoki Z, this is the platform where people can get tickets, and actually this platform is a big success within our group. The number of tickets which was sold year-over-year basis increased almost 10 times. Actually, every fourth ticket, so 1 in 4 tickets to cinemas now is sold through Kinoki Z. And I'm talking not about only online tickets, but also offline tickets. And another success is government services, GovTech. We have a lot of different solutions. You can see it here, and we saw that 5 million times this service has been sought or used by our clients since the beginning of this year.
Thank you very much. It's certainly quite an achievement to have been able to continue to support and to strongly support the companies during the very difficult 2 years of the pandemic, and yet to at the same time not just keep your ratings, but actually increase them. It's a situation many banks globally would love to be in. Perhaps if you could tell me during the pandemic, which companies sectors were successful, and what do you see as the prospects for Kazakh companies moving forward? Because as a banker, you would be in a position to get to know what are the successful, what are the reasons for success, and what are the successful sectors.
This was actually not the first crisis which Kazakhstan had in recent history. So I think most of Kazakh businesses who survived during 2008, 2009, 2014, 2015, I think they have been morally probably prepared to different situations. And those companies who had a management who was kind of had a plan B, who was spent the good period of times in order to have a good liquidity, good profile, tenor profile of their liability payments, who was in a good shape. I think they were quite successful. I think for 2020, most of our clients were in much better shape than it was in previous periods. But this crisis was a bit different because it came from area where no one was expected, and even some companies which were probably prepared for any normal economic crisis were caught in difficult situation, because in some cases there was a government who was kind of saying for companies not to do the business because they stopped different activities. So we as the bank, I think, took a decision that if we saw that the company strategically is in good shape, so we were ready to support, and thankfully we supported quite a big number of companies, from large corporate to SME and small businesses, and I think that we see that it's clearly paid off because we increased the client base substantially during this period of time.
Thank you. It's certainly a real success story. We're very happy to have this year at our Capital Markets Forum the former Kaztransgas, now called Kazakgas. It's the largest gas supply company in Kazakhstan. It represents the interests of the state on both domestic and the international gas market. And as a past 4-year resident of the beautiful city of Almaty, I in particular knew what the skies could look like during the winter with the pollution effect. And I was just waiting for when the lines would extend from Kizlyarda via Almaty to the Chinese border in order to provide gasification, hopefully, of some of those coal power plants. So it's my great pleasure to now hand over the floor to the chairman of the management board, Mr. Zharkishov.
Thank you, Janet. I've got good news for you about Almaty power plants. So can you load the presentation, please? The slides. In terms of the, when I was thinking about today's panel, investing in the priority sectors of the economy, I was thinking, what should it tell? And I think the question is, what is the next big thing for Kazakhstan? What is the new story for attracting the foreign direct investments? And the answer is gas. It's not because I work for the gas company, it's the global trend. So I want to share some insights, in particular about the energy transition, decarbonization, and all kinds of good things that comes from gas. In terms of the few decades of foreign direct investments in Kazakhstan, we've enjoyed good prices. And obviously every foreign direct investment comes with ups and downs, but overall it's been good. So if you look at the investment in oil and gas industry, we've been enjoying some good revenues to the national budget. But if you look where we are right now in 2022, the question is, what is the next big thing that's going to keep our investors investing in Kazakhstan? So we've got some other hopes about, the other phases of Kashagan and other oil assets, but gas is definitely going to be the next disruptor. Why? Because gas sits in the break-even in the cost of the whole economy, and we are gasifying the Kazakhstan all over the country, and over the last 5 years, the internal consumption grew by 50%. It's unprecedented. Exponential growth is going to continue not only in Kazakhstan, but also in China, Pakistan, and India. So Kazakhgas positions itself as a regional player, not only as a national company in Kazakhstan. So if you think about where the profit is, and obviously with the geopolitical crisis we see with gas is in the center of attention, and we've got a lot of gas potential in Kazakhstan and Russia, and we've got deficit countries, gas deficit countries like China, Pakistan, and India that are growing very fast, need gas, and we are in between profit and deficit. So we need to realize Kazakhstan as a Central Asian gas transit hub, and we're sitting on a vast amount of gas resources, and I think building pipelines to transport that gas from profit countries to deficit countries, building the new gas processing plants so we can convert the natural gas to the trade gas ready for consumption in the chemical industry from the gas, because gas is basically a raw material for all kinds of good things that we use on a daily basis. And Kazakhgas is also pushing all kinds of interesting projects on that, and also the R&D center of competency of gas industry in Kazakhstan. We need to realize this disruptive factor. The opportunity is there, we just need to go grab it. So if you think about the ESG journey, the journey to the net zero, obviously we've got a commitment, but if you look at the foresight that's been published by the Ministry of Energy and the international agencies, until 2050 we've got the energy balance that looks like this, that composed of the coal, gas, wind, solar, and renewables. But the blue side of this is the gas. Is a transition fuel, and it's all over the world. It's a hot topic now, right? So by 2030, the electricity generation needs to be 25 to 30% produced from gas. So otherwise, we will not meet our energy transition goals. So the good news, the bad news is that we've got a big risk not to be able to achieve that, because the gas industry needs a lot of support right now. It needs to be reformed completely. That's why, thanks to the president, Kaztransgaz was separated from Kazmunaygas, made a standalone national company, so that we can pay a proper attention to the gas industry. Because all these years, to be honest, gas wasn't a priority. Gas was a problem. Because of the oil assets, if you want to produce more liquids, you need to get rid of gas. It was a problem. all of a sudden gas is a big asset. It's a big resource right now. So we need to make sure that it's attractive to investors. At the moment, we've got hurdles that we're changing. And as a new national company, as a new leadership, we are doing our best to change the legislation and push some interesting projects. But again, we are the enablers for the energy transition to the decarbonization of the economy, so we can make sure that we can meet our commitments on the Paris Agreement. So we're coming up with a new transformation program called Zhang'argan Kazakgas, meaning renewed Kazakgas. So that should become the vehicle to achieve our energy transition goals. So we've got 5 pillars. First is increasing the trade gas resource. As we said, we've got a lot of gas, but the trade gas is a challenge, right? So in the next slide, I'm going to talk about where we have gas. But we've got a lot of ready for production assets that needs to be invested. As I said, all the attention has been paid to oil. Now we need to switch to gas. And the good news is we've got a lot of gas. Second was the development of the domestic market. And as the President said many times in many platforms, that we need to make sure that we supply population, the domestic market first of all, and then think about exports, right? So we are gasifying the country in an exponential growth. We're inviting in the PPP mechanisms to build the distribution networks and also socially just, socially fair reforms of gas pricing. Number 3 is gas transit and export potential. Obviously, after satisfying the domestic markets, we need to think about the export, and we do have export commitments to China, and we want to be a trusted partner, so we need to grow our resource base so we can supply gas to the promised levels and generate revenue so we can subsidize the internal markets. And again, Kazakhstan needs to become the Central Asian gas transit hub. Downstream gas processing chemistry is a huge potential, so we need to think about high value-added products like methanol, sulfur, blue ammonia, etc. The 5th one, obviously, investment in operational effectiveness. We are thinking about IPO. We're doing a lot of housekeeping, a lot of homework. We're obtaining our ESG ranking this year, sustainable development goals, and a lot of efforts to prepare for IPO. So to realize all these disruptive factors, as I said on the first slide, what do we need to do? There are a lot of government public policy documents that are being produced right now, like strategy for achieving carbon neutrality. A lot of tremendous work is being done by the Ministry of National Economy on all the government bodies. We've just last week we've approved the comprehensive plan for development of the gas industry per the order of the decree of the President of Kazakhstan. And also, we are coming up with our Kazakh new strategy. But all this needs to be married into a single overarching document called Energy Security and Energy Transition Strategy of Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan is volunteering its candidacy to lead this effort because somebody needs to integrate this to a comprehensive strategy. The good news is Kazakhstan has a lot of gas. 3.8 trillion cubic meters of gas is enough for more than 100 years. 62 trillion cubic meters is of resources, more than many years. So these are the map of the geological structures of Kazakhstan, only gas, and I haven't shown oil here in purpose. So sedimentary basins of Kazakhstan are super promising. So these are the ready assets that we can exercise as a national company, our priority right to basically get the cream of the crop, the best fields, and attract investors and be a trusted partner for investors to de-risk their investments and make sure they're successful. Because we count on investors. We need to make sure they're successful, and then the country will be successful. Some of the projects, upstream and midstream and downstream, and midstream in particular, the storage and transportation. As I said, we need to be the transit hub between the proficit countries to the deficit countries. Huge potential, tens of billion cubic meters per year can be transported. The Beniu Bazor-Shymkent gas pipeline and the thermal power plant, Janet, we are gasifying it, so it's going to be converted to gas, and this is the initiative made by the President. We're pushing for that, and also the upstream exploration production assets like Rashkovskaya field or Pridorozhny, and these are just a couple of examples, but we've got dozens of interesting assets. And lastly, downstream processing, the Kashagan gas processing plant that is aimed at utilizing gas from Kashagan. Instead of injecting it, use it for population, use it for domestic consumption, and then for export capabilities. very lucrative projects, high return on investment, so we invite all the investors to look at these projects in more details. So I would invite that all the investors that gas is the next big thing for Kazakhstan, and investing in energy transition, investing in gas, and invest with Kazakh. Thank you.
It really is a great success story, and it's amazing to see how the company has progressed over the years. Can you speak a little bit with the immense needs right now across the world, in particular in areas like Western Europe and Asia for gas? What are the export opportunities for Kazakhstan, and what sort of timetable would it take to be in a position to export significant quantities?
So as I said, increasing our resource base is a #1 goal for Kazakhstan right now. So it's our equity story. The whole strategy, as we said, and the 5 pillars is making sure we're ready for the energy transition and making sure that we can deliver on the commitments on our exports. Unfortunately, we don't have direct access to the European market. It's basically Russia's deal, and they've got the direct contracts with them. But as I said, we are positioning ourselves as a transit hub, gas transit hub, not only to Europe, to east, to south, to Pakistan, India. So wherever there is a deficit, we can serve as a transit hub. So we're flexible. That's why I can't really, commit about the European gas demands. I know they need gas. But we've got gas, so we're going to maximize our, trade gas availability to whoever needs it.
Thanks. Just one more question. Up until, I guess, February this year, really, the pressure from, both from IFIs, World Bank, EBRD, Asian Development Bank, was, green economy, carbon neutral, move away from hydrocarbons. And capital markets, I think, have significantly underinvested in gas as a sector. Do you think this has permanently changed, and do you foresee going forward more open eyes in terms of potential investments in Kazakhstan gas?
I think it's completely changed due to the politics and the geopolitics right now. It's a matter of energy security. So obviously, when you think about the energy transition and energy security, sometimes they are, mutually competing factors. So, but if you look at what's happening in Europe, there is a renaissance of the coal industry. You know how funny that is, right? All the coal mines that have been shut down, they're opening back because of the disruption of the gas supplies, etc. So thankfully, I work for the gas company, which is a clean energy. So that's why the capital markets are really looking back at gas, because it's a huge hope for energy transition, right? So that you can replace coal by gas, super clean, transition fuel. That's why gas industry investment attractiveness is even more relevant, even more viable. So we see a lot of interest from all kinds of institutional investors from capital markets. So I think it's good news for the gas industry. We need to keep showing our equity story to the market, and we are going for all kinds of roadshows to show our projects. I think we'll be able to attract them good investors.
Thank you. It's certainly a great story for the company and a great story for Kazakhstan. And I personally think it's the wave of the future.
Thank you.
I guess, Yernar, it's a good chance. I mean, you've heard what some of the companies that work under Samruk Kazyna have had to say, and the opportunities, the current success stories, and the movement towards privatization. And this morning we also heard about some exciting developments from Mr. Satkaliyev. So perhaps if you could share with us what is the current strategy of Samruk.
Thank you, Janet. Again, greetings to everyone. Probably I will not touch the topic of privatization because, as you said, Mr. Satkaliyev already covered and he went through all portfolio companies, major portfolio companies. Again, I believe I am the only one who doesn't have slides, but we've been too busy with a big announcement, I said. So let me just go through probably these three portfolio companies and then shift to our projects we are implementing at this stage. So Mr. Waterbayev said that Kazatomprom is our best company right now, I mean, in our basket. Since we went for IPO, the company pays good dividends, and we basically transfer all these dividends to the state budget. And the company makes it in accordance with their strategy, growing their value. As Mr. Batrabayev mentioned, they produce around 20% of uranium of the world, uranium production. And through their joint venture partnerships, they even control 40% of uranium. And as I said before, we treat Kazatomprom as a benchmark for all our companies which are going for IPO. Air Astana, Air Astana is a leading airline company. It is a national carrier company in Kazakhstan. And probably it is the only airline company in Central Asia which operates both full-service airline as well as low-cost segment. And what Peter didn't mention is that Air Astana has got a charismatic leader. I think, I mean, you mentioned about cash injections around $70 million and payback over 100. And I think it couldn't be happen without good effort of both team and the good leader. So, Peter. Yeah. And of course, Mr. Jarkesh just shared, he basically joined the company a few months ago, but by this time they've already approved their new strategy, which targets bringing value, increasing the gas reserves, and we definitely believe that this transformation of gas industry will bring huge potential not only to Samruk-Kazna but to the whole country. And here I'd like to say that Samruk-Kazna is not only about these three companies. We also have got a number of companies which run state-level projects. And right now on the Samruk-Kazna coordination, there is a list of 13 urgent infrastructure projects. And these infrastructure projects are different. It is about, for example, shifting of coal-fired conventional power plants to gas power stations in Almaty. It is construction of new coal-fired power plants in the east part of Kazakhstan. It is about water pipeline in the west part of Kazakhstan. Again, railways. And this list of urgent projects cost around 3 trillion tenge and give approximately 15,000 jobs. And everything it is within Kazakhstan, I mean, and it works for the economy of Kazakhstan. But apart from that, Samruk-Kazna right now is considering a dozen of new businesses to start. These are absolutely new industry businesses. For example, construction materials. Right now, basically, like a month ago probably, we visited as a part of official delegation Ankara, Turkey, and signed a number of very interesting documents with high quality partners in order to start certain projects in the construction materials sector. So we are planning to start the projects with final production of ceramic tiles, sandwich panels, door panels. Apart from that, probably most people are aware of our huge petrochemical projects in the west part of Kazakhstan. I believe this September we are going to have the first batch of production at polypropylene project. Under this project, we are planning to produce 500,000 tons of basic petrochemicals, polypropylene, but we are not stopping at this. Right now we are having good discussions, I would say even discussions at the stage of signing certain documents in order to attract high quality investment partners for the following petrochemical projects like polyethylene, gas separation utility, and this is just like two areas I mentioned. So what is my message is that we are ready to welcome all new foreign partners who are ready to provide new technologies, know-hows. What we suggest, we can be a good partner for all of them. We can provide cash, we can inject cash, we can provide full support, I mean working with the government, and we're open. Yeah. That's the key message.
Thank you very much for sharing the not just the success story of the Samruk-Kazyna companies, but also the potential investment sectors for both domestic and international investors looking either to invest in or to work with projects of SK. Here, we're very lucky enough to have one of the world's most modern exchanges, the AIX. And as Mr. Kalmbetov said this morning, the legal side, the arbitration courts, et cetera. Perhaps if you could talk for a couple minutes on how you envision the AIX and the AFIC working with Samruk-Kazyna, and what advantages does it give SK in the ongoing privatization of the SK companies?
Yeah, we work extensively with AFC and the AX authorities. Well, about AX, as it was already announced by the chairman of Samruk-Kazyna, Kazmunaygaz IPO is coming, but definitely I think next year we'll be ready for some other good news. As for AFC and I mean all other facilities we have here, as I mentioned, all these new investors, foreign investors, when they come to Kazakhstan, first thing we propose to open the joint venture here, I mean at the site of AFC. So they have English law. I mean, we provide all guarantees, and basically we use all these opportunities in order to attract all these international partners. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Our time is just about up. I just want to say in conclusion that Frontier markets and Kazakhstan in particular has gone through a number of crises in recent years, multiple currency crises, real estate crises, financial panics, government changes, COVID-19 pandemic, January events here, Russia, but yet it's been a test for everyone, and yet we've seen the resilience of the economy here. And today you have an example of one joint venture company, three Samruk-Kazyna companies, and also two very successful private banks who have taken a look, who haven't just dealt with the risks that the crises have, but also the opportunities. We see an airline that realized that business travel wasn't going to come back soon, so switched to leisure destinations and cargo very successfully. We see banks that took opportunities to purchase other financial assets in the country and to use digitalization in order to provide opportunities for retail clients who were struggling to cope with pandemic effects. And we see probably one of the greatest natural gas opportunities in the world being successfully exploited with new opportunities and new ways to manage and market the gas, both for domestic and international needs. So I guess what I want to say is Kazakhstan continues not just to be open for business, but to be very well placed with the institutions it's built over the last few years, and in particular with the AFIC and with AIX, in order to continue to grow and to transform itself during these difficult economic times. So thank you very much.
The Astana International Exchange is a world-class exchange in the heart of Eurasia. Overseas investors will feel right at home dealing with the exchange's world-class trading infrastructure and clear regulatory conditions based on English law. As its network of local and overseas brokers continues to grow daily, the AIX has managed to create a robust trading and settlement system. Mining companies enjoy special conditions, allowing them to raise exploration and production capital easily. And private businesses can attract flexible investment quickly and with minimal bureaucracy. Special conditions are also in place for raising capital and developing projects as part of the International Belt and Road Initiative. The AIX is recognized for its modern and innovative market approach. It has also set up a multi-currency platform to raise capital in any currency. The Amazon Web Services trading system allows for flexible business scalability. The Tabis mobile app for retail investors opens up capital market opportunities to everyone in Kazakhstan. For many people, this is the first stepping stone to opening a brokerage account and becoming an active investor. The AIX is an integral part of the new investment landscape.
Right, I suggest we get started. As I say in my country, I'm what's keeping you between the end of the day and a drink. So, as some of you may know, I'm Tim Bennett. I'm the was the chief executive of AIX, the Astana International Exchange, and now chairman. I've spent maybe 20 or 30 years looking at capital markets around the world, in particular developing markets. But I'd stress at the outset of this, I am no academic and I'm no economist, and I'm definitely not an academic economist. So when I was asked to do a lecture or a speech on the future of the capital markets, it was quite a daunting challenge. It's a very, very big topic, and what I've tried to do today is to distill down to some reasonably key messages, but at the same time, keeping it an audience which, as I describe it, my daughter could understand, who's a lawyer who doesn't know anything about discounted cash flow. So the starting point for this is for all of us to have a reasonably common understanding of what we mean by capital markets. And in particular, what I'm going to talk today about is the public capital markets. So that's exchange-traded markets. So what is a capital market? Well, it's like any other market that you go and buy fruit or used cars. It's a market between buyers and sellers. We call them slightly different things, but at the end of the day, you have a price for a good between a buyer and a seller. Now, in our case, the buyers are investors. They buy assets, or whether they be debt or equity, typically on exchange, sometimes outside of an exchange, from what we call issuers. And those are companies, organisations, governments, regional governments that issue debt or equity securities. And there are two types of trading on a marketplace. There's the primary capital markets, which are what we call the IPO markets. So that's companies issuing new securities to investors. Typically doesn't involve an exchange. And then we have the secondary capital markets, which is what you see every day trading on NASDAQ or AIX. The buy and the sell between investors. I'm going to focus a lot of my discussion around issuers, investors and exchanges. And I'm going to leave off discussion around regulation, except in a couple of places. Not because regulation is not important, but regulation varies around the world. I'm also going to use a lot of data from the United States. Quite frankly, it's the easiest to get. It's the world's largest market. And a lot of the trends we see in the US market over time, we see in developing markets as well. So to set the scene for the discussion, I've divided the capital markets into three phases of development, if you will. The first is a time frame before the year 2000. And as you'll see, 2000 is not arbitrary, but it's what I call the golden age of the public capital markets. We saw lots of growth in issuers, exchanges changed the way they traded. There's a big growth in types of investors. Things were very good. The period between 2000 until about 6 months ago was good if you're an investor because the price of securities went up across the board. If you're in the markets in 2000 through the end of 2020, you made quite a lot of money. So while the market grew well during that time frame, if you're a participant in that market, if you're a broker or an exchange, or to a certain extent some issuers, actually it was not very kind to you. And I'll tell you the reasons why in a moment as we go through that. But in my view, we saw a decline in the public capital markets over the last 2 decades. And of course, I'll talk to you a bit about what's next. So, what were the glory days or the golden age of the capital markets? It's going back to the 1970s. It became almost like a status symbol in the US to list your company. If you wanted to raise some capital, you'd go to the New York Stock Exchange, you'd list, you'd ring the bell, you'd have a price on your securities, and by and large, actually, a lot of family businesses continued to control their business, but they had a public security that they could raise new capital. They could have a price for the security if they wanted to sell, but it was a mark of achievement. It was a corporate milestone. The other thing we saw from issuers during that time frame was a continued growth in public debt issuance. So historically, companies had lent money from banks, but over that time frame, you saw the increasing use of the public capital markets. So people issued corporate debt to institutions in particular, but also to retail investors. The investment landscape changed quite a lot as well. In the mid-70s, the US changed the regulations around commissions on trading. It used to cost about $125, by the way, in 1970s money, which is a lot more today, to execute a trade on the New York Stock Exchange. Charles Schwab fought hard to change that regulation and launched discount broking. So retail participation in the markets increased. Institutional investors also got much more sophisticated. They were, by and large, large funds that didn't really try and outperform the market. but you saw a lot more sophisticated institutions develop during the 70s and 80s. And exchanges changed as well, and I'll come back to this because I think we are going in some ways the full circle, but a lot of exchanges in the 70s and 80s were mutuals. They were cooperatives. They were owned by a combination of the regulator, brokers, and sometimes the government. And they were largely national exchanges. So they were raising capital for companies in their local market, and they were all incented to create an ecosystem of brokers, investors, and listed companies in the local marketplace. But towards the end of this time frame, for some very good reasons, exchanges started to demutualise. They became for-profit, they became public, and they listed on their own exchanges. And their incentive changed from focusing on developing capital markets to returns to shareholders. And the first part of that was good. It was good because they became innovative. They changed the way the markets operated. They provided market-making services, for example, or tools to increase what we call liquidity. So liquidity is the ability to buy and sell at the market price. The more liquid a security, the easier it is to buy and sell at the market price. They also developed hedging tools, so we saw the rapid development of financial derivatives during this time frame. So if you're an investor, you could start to hedge your positions. And they started to develop new types of listing venues. So the requirements for a company to list. And the best example of this was the AIM market in London, which was targeted at smaller companies and was very, very successful at getting a couple of thousand smaller companies to list and raise capital. And we can see the results of that in terms of the number of listed companies in the US and market capitalisation to GDP. So the blue line is the number of listed companies. It grew quite rapidly towards the year 2000. And more impressively, I think, is market capitalisation to GDP, which is the green line on the right. Market capitalisation is simply the value of all the listed companies, or the equity value of all the listed companies, over the size of the economy, so GDP. And as you can see, these were the golden years. Similarly, when you look at the debt market, if you just focus on the graph on the right, about 60% of corporate debt in the US at the beginning of this time frame was in the corporate debt market. At the end of this time frame was 80%. So companies were only reliant on debt financing for 20% of their needs from banks. So banks were essentially disintermediated in the US market. And we also saw, as I said, the growth in retail trading. Now, if you look at the graph, the orange is the growth in the retail broking business, the blue is the growth of Charles Schwab, which was the innovator in terms of firstly lowering the costs of trading, but then taking trading onto the internet. And around the year 2000, there was about 10 to 15% of trades were executed by retail investors directly on the US exchanges. Now, the important thing about retail investors is they provide what we call price discovery. So if I got all of you to estimate what the score would be in a rugby game in New Zealand next week, the more of you that guess the outcome, the more likely the average is to be correct. It's just a statistical phenomenon. And the same is true of setting prices on the stock exchange. The more investors I have, the more orders I have, the better the price discovery is. And retail investors, even though they're relatively small, provide a high level of price discovery. So in the US markets, despite them being only around 20% of the trading at the moment, they contribute about 40 or 50% of price discovery. So retail is really important to the market. What happened in the 2000s, as I said, is the couple of decades of decline in public markets. Now, as I said, look, someone think I'm crazy saying this because, of course, you invested in 2000 and you cashed out at the end of last year. You were looking pretty good. But the best way to think about this is that the size of investing opportunities grew during the 2000s. The size of the pie increased exponentially. And the public capital markets, or the exchange-based markets, yes, they were a share of that pie, but they were a much smaller share of that pie. And the economics for exchanges in particular, and brokers as well, became quite negative during that time frame. So we saw the decline of the public markets. So what was the cause of that? Well, as I said to someone in the audience before, this is probably the killer slide. When I worked at BCG, there was always slide of the year, and this would be the slide of the year, I think. What this shows is interest rates in the US, so the 10-year bond rate, over the course of the last 2 decades. It's the orange line. Went from about 6.85% or 685 basis points to below 1% over the course of that time frame. Now, money is like any other commodity or good. So basically you can think about the price of money went down dramatically during this time frame. And the reason for that was that the Federal Reserve and other central banks around the world wanted to... And QE effectively put more money into the economy. And what the blue line shows is the monetary base of the US. It's the amount of money in circulation. I won't go into details about how they did that, but it's not quite as simple as printing money because money's paper. But they created electronic money. So during the financial crisis, they doubled the money supply. And then a couple of years later, they decided that wasn't enough, so they doubled it again. And they didn't start to tighten or quantitatively tighten until just before COVID. So when COVID hit, I thought, oh, well, here we go for another recession. So we'll double the money supply again. So over the last 10 or so years in the US, and it's true for most developed economies, you've had money supply double, double again, and double again. So if you think about that in a physical goods market like used cars, rather than having 5 or 10 used cars for sale, you suddenly have 40 or 50. And the price of those cars has dropped dramatically. Now, like cars, money can't disappear, it exists. And so what you saw over the course of these 2 decades is a development of different types of asset classes. Well, first thing you saw is, of course, prices went up. So those of you who know discounted cash flow, interest rates go down, equity valuations go up. But that wasn't sufficient. You also saw the development of new asset classes. And I'll come on to some of these in a moment, but private equity, crypto, all sorts of different investment opportunities. So the exchange share, or the publicly traded share of this, this market declined. And just a couple of examples of this. This is private equity. This is McKinsey data, and this is money going into private equity funds over the last 10 or 15 years. 2017, around $1 trillion went into private equity funds around the world. Global IPOs only raised 200 billion, or 0.2 trillion. So 5 times the amount of money went into private equity as it did into listed companies, or at least newly listed companies that year. Last year was a bit different. We had a great IPO market globally, around $600 billion raised globally, and about 1.1 trillion, still around double, went into private equity. So private equity became a force that has shaped the public capital markets over that time frame. The second thing that happened is, and this is good for investors, but not so good if you're a broker or an exchange, is you saw the rapid growth of exchange-traded funds. So in the 70s, well, more like the 80s and 90s, you saw the development of mutual funds, or as we call them here, unit trusts. And you typically pay about 1% management fee to those unit trusts. And exchange-traded funds, and they're harder to buy and sell. Exchange-traded funds, you can buy and sell on an exchange easily, and fees are low. In some cases, 7 bips or 0.07%. So what that did for exchanges and brokers is, of course, there's less money, so your profitability declines. So while this was good for investors, that certainly wasn't good for the exchange landscape. You also saw towards the end of the last decade, the development of free trading in the US. So Robinhood, in particular, started out in 2015, and again, the blue shows the growth rate here versus the orange, which is the growth of the industry. So Robinhood grew exponentially. every broker in the US of any size now, you can trade for free. Now, trust me, it's hard to make money when you trade for free if you're an exchange or a broker. You make it on different ways, but it's very hard to make money. And the second thing that happened is the development of the crypto market. And, you know, while I don't want to give a lecture on crypto, it is clear that a large amount of money went into cryptocurrencies over the last 5 or so years. The market value of those was, until a couple of months ago, $3 trillion. And again, to put that in some context, that's $3 trillion versus the 600 odd million in the IPO market last year. So not surprisingly, you saw a decline in the number of listed companies, which is the blue, and a sort of flat market cap to GDP ratio on the right. There are a number of other factors about listed companies, the decline in those. Obviously, some of them got sold to PE, but also the US changed a regulation, an act called Sarbanes-Oxley in 2002, and made it harder for companies to list. So companies didn't do it. They had alternative sources of capital. And what happened to exchanges, and bearing in mind that exchanges are the heart of the capital markets in lots of ways, is they changed direction. The first thing they did is rather than becoming local exchanges, they started to globalise. So NASDAQ bought OMX, which was a group of European exchanges, 2007. The London Stock Exchange Group bought Borsa Italiana in 2006, I think. The New York Stock Exchange bought Euronext in 2006 as well. So you started to see these large global exchange groups were less concerned about local capital markets, but how they can make money globally. And then finally in 2012, the last big transaction was a derivative exchange called ICE, bought the London Stock Exchange and the Euronext group as well. So exchanges became less of a national asset and a technology company. So if you look at the graph, probably hard to read, but equity trading, or cash trading as we talk about in the industry, somewhere between 10 and 20% of revenues for those big exchange groups at the moment, and probably a lot less of their profits. NASDAQ's in technology, London Stock Exchange bought Refinitiv last year, ICE makes a lot of money out of derivatives. So all in all, you would say it's a pretty bleak picture for the public capital markets. If you can't list companies, you can't serve investors, and it's very, very difficult to see how exchanges survive. However, of course, in the last 3 months, and I'd arguably say we saw the writing on the wall over the last year, is the circumstances globally have changed. Interest rates have gone back up. Well, maybe not. Interest rates have gone back up and will continue to rise. And Jacob Frankel gave a pretty harsh assessment of what that will do to the global economy this morning. But what is also clear that it's had an impact on valuations. So the right-hand side here is the 3 major US indexes decline since the beginning of the year. But it's not only the public capital markets seen this decline, it's also the private markets as well. Private equity valuations are coming down. We've seen a sharp decline in valuations of crypto. The reason for showing this is to say a lot of the drivers of what happened in public capital markets over the last 2 decades don't exist anymore. So the question is, where do we go from here? And the first thing I'd say is we're in an environment where capital is much more scarce, and that's kind of an industry term, but really it means money's harder to come by. So it was pretty easy to get capital for new businesses over the last 2 decades. Obviously the cost of money is going up and the availability of that money will become more scarce. I also think we're going to see a relatively long bear market, which means that stock prices will be pretty flat over the next 1 to 2 years, hopefully not declining too much. And we're also starting to see a regulatory response to new asset classes. I'll come on to that in a moment. But there are some things that we've had over the last 2 decades that will shape where we go going forward. The first one is retail investors, and this is some data I found from Schwab, but you remember GameStop, and everyone's investing, or AMC Media, everyone's investing 12 months ago or 18 months ago in these meme stocks, and they were trying to make a lot of money out of, quite frankly, businesses that were pretty distressed. You would have thought that the likes of Robinhood investors would have exited the market over the last 3 months. Actually, that hasn't happened. So we've still got this large retail investor base in the US and developed markets that has remained. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing for price discovery, but it's also a good thing for individuals to think much more about how they invest, what they're investing in, what types of companies, and how they're going to save for whatever they need in their life, whether it's a house or for retirement. So that's a good thing that's happened over the past couple of years. The second thing is people often forget that there are two types of issuance on the market or issuing new equity securities. One's the IPO, and the IPO numbers are in orange here. Now those IPOs are volatile. Good year last year, not so good the year before, not so good the year before that. But secondary offerings have actually been very, very consistent in the US market, and it's true of other markets, actually more so in Asia than the US. And what that enables companies to do that are listed is to say, actually, you know, I want to buy some new aircraft, I want to invest in some new gas production facilities. I'll just go to my existing shareholders and potentially new shareholders and I'll issue new shares. And this has become increasingly common, particularly for smaller businesses, as a way to raise capital. It's quick and it's very cheap. And as you can see, you know, that number hasn't changed much through the economic cycle. And the third thing, which if some of my capital markets colleagues were here, they'd say is more controversial, is we're going to see much more regulation, and that's a good thing. Singapore announced last week that it's going to start to regulate crypto exchanges like stock exchanges. The SEC is apparently also planning to do this as well. We've also already seen the SEC say that they want to regulate secondary trading in private equity funds the same way they regulate public securities. And we're also starting to see, I think, an investor concern about the types of leverage trading you see, particularly in crypto, when, you know, you thought you were earning 18% on some Dogecoin, but in fact you can't actually get your money out when you need to get it. So there's both going to be a regulatory push, but also an investor push to have much more orderly and regulated markets. And unusually, I would say for me, that's a good thing to have more regulation. I can hear my AFSA colleagues laughing in the background. So where does that lead us in terms of the capital markets going forward? Firstly, we know what investors want now. And I'm talking about people like you and me who are retail investors who really want to get on an app and buy something. But I'm also talking about institutional investors who want to get on their screens and buy something. And I call it press the button and done. You don't really care what exchange that gets executed on. You don't really care what broker you use. All you really care about is when you're going to buy or sell something, you can do it. And that's where we've got to. And the exchange is the heart of that ecosystem. So when you trade on IB or Saxo or Harlech, it's executed on the exchange and you don't even know. The second thing, as I said before, is there's going to be more of an appreciation of the value of regulation. People in an uncertain environment want a bit of certainty, and regulators provide certainty. You want to know that the broker you're dealing with, the exchange you're dealing with, the ETF provider you're dealing with is well regulated. And the third thing I think you'll see is investors thinking about much more about what they invest in. So, for example, we know from the meme stock era that lots of people, and we see this in Kazakhstan, lots of people invest in Apple, Tesla, etc., Netflix, because it's a product they understand and they use. We also see this growth in exchange-traded funds, which are also products you can easily understand. And I think, as one of the panellists said earlier on the day, you're also seeing a lot more local IPOs being bought by local investors for the same reason. You know, Kazakhs will invest in Air Astana because they understand Air Astana. They understand Kazakhstan. So, and that's what we've seen in the Middle East over the last 3 months as well. Local investors understand local businesses better. So what does that mean for exchanges and, by extension, the public capital markets? Firstly, I think we see a shift back to exchange-based trading, both of equities and debt securities that are currently traded off-market. And you've seen a lot of regulators force this over the last couple of years. But I also think you start to see different asset classes being traded on exchange. private equity secondary trading on private markets first, but then onto exchange-traded markets. You'll start to see crypto become an exchange-traded product as opposed to a product that's traded somewhere you don't know about. You'll start to see carbon being traded more actively. Now, carbon credits are just like any other security. You can trade them on exchange, but they provide a price for emissions. And as we move to a zero carbon future, of course, the easiest way to do that, not that it will be easy, is to put an economic cost or a price on emissions. And we're also going to start to see more mutual funds being traded on exchange through active ETFs. One of the largest mutual fund groups in the US, Dimensional, has just started to do that. So we're going to see a lot more exchange-traded products because you can push the button and get it done, and exchanges are by their nature well regulated. I also think, probably more controversially, that you'll see a resurgence in what I call national exchanges. You know, AIX is a national exchange, SGX is a national exchange. We are concerned about the development of the local capital market. And in a world where capital is scarce, governments will be particularly keen for the local exchanges to perform their role in helping local businesses raise capital. In a lot of ways, it's the same as some of the discussion today about supply chains and resilience. We used to rely on global supply chains. Now we're investing in local supply chains and local manufacturing because we want to be sure that we can get goods for our people quickly. Same thing is true of exchanges. You start to less reliance on offshore exchanges and more reliance on domestic exchanges. And for many years, Kazakhstan has relied on raising capital in London, and that's not gone very well. And a lot of you don't invest in Kazakhstan, you invest offshore. So my final set of comments is around Kazakhstan and what does it mean for the development of the capital markets here? Well, firstly, and we've said this from day one at AIX, is we need to have a national exchange. We need to have an exchange that raises capital for local businesses. Why do we need to have this? Because capital is what greases the wheels of economic growth. And particularly as capital becomes more scarce, it's going to be much, much harder to get that capital. Much harder to get it out of London than it was historically. So particularly in the geopolitical environment we're in at the moment. The second thing is, of course, as a country moves to a more socially inclusive economy, capital markets are a great way of sharing the ownership of businesses, whether that be through a privatisation program that Kalev talked about today, or whether that be through employee ownership stakes in businesses that they work at, for example, Caspi's employee ownership scheme, or whether that be through a pension fund that invests in local assets rather than offshore assets. So I think there's a bright future for the capital markets in general, but particularly for national exchanges, and that's what we need to achieve in Kazakhstan. For those of you who know me, you realise that I come to Astana or Nur-Sultan every couple of months, and every time I come here, I get off the plane and I'm feeling a bit despondent. I came here in February, and for obvious reasons, you know, there's a whole lot going on both here and in the Ukraine that you think, oh my God, what have we got into? And the same was true when I arrived the weekend before last, is, you know, the global capital markets are in a bit of meltdown. Not only equities going down, commodities are going down and bonds are going down. It's hard to find any bright light. But when you come here, you realise, and you would have seen this today, there are tremendous opportunities in Kazakhstan, a multitude of opportunities that we talked about today. But the key to unlocking those opportunities is to have a vibrant capital market. And if there's one thing you take away from today's discussion, is that we need to have a vibrant capital market in Kazakhstan, and that will help support the economic growth here. Thank you very much. Right, I've probably talked for too long. I'm happy to answer some questions, probably outside, when I step off here. I have been asked to remind you that there's an unveiling of a bull in front of this building shortly. I asked you all to go along and take a selfie with the bull. Maybe that'll have some impact on the value of the market tomorrow, who knows? But we can always hope. Hopefully it's a good omen for the capital markets going forward. So thanks very much, and have a good evening.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
An excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing three capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore RMB business grows rapidly. CCB London branches a cumulative RMB clearing volume reach nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross-time zone, cross-region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
стремительно развивается. Ежедневно растет потребность человечества в ресурсах. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. Наша группа – лидер по производству высокоуглеродистого феррохрома, ведущий производитель меди и кобальта, один из крупнейших поставщиков железной руды, глинозема и алюминия в странах СНГ. Группа поддерживает глобальные инициативы по продвижению зеленой экономики и развитию альтернативных источников электроэнергии. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. Сегодня ENG в Казахстане – это треть горно-металлургического комплекса страны. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. Благодаря деятельности группы более 150 тысяч казахстанцев обеспечены работой. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Будучи флагманом горно-металлургической промышленности государства, ENG также играет важную роль в повышении экспортного потенциала Казахстана. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. ENG – это прежде всего одна большая команда. Дружная, сплоченная и профессиональная. Единство наших сотрудников, их ответственность перед компанией и местными сообществами, а также инновационный потенциал обеспечивают безопасность производства, эффективность инвестиций и долгосрочное развитие ENG как лидера горно-металлургической отрасли в Казахстане и мире. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
An excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing three capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore RMB business grows rapidly. CCB London branches' accumulative RMB clearing volume reached nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross time zone, cross region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
Hello, I'm Andrew Gamble. I'm the chairman of the Global Board of Grata International, which is the Swiss Verein which exercises overall control and direction for the Grata International network. There are a number of aspects of the work that I do for Grata. One is I speak to international law firms who are significant clients of the firm. I certainly enjoy doing that and explaining to them about the value of Grata. I discuss the strategic direction of the firm with the senior partners, and I also work proactively with the Integration Centre and the International Cooperation Department, who are performing an excellent function on behalf of the firm. And last but not least, I speak to potential new firms. That's a very interesting question. I think it's really to do with our focus. We're very much focused on a particular regional area. And international law firms have retreated from that space, whereas we are within this very large geographical area extending from Eastern Europe through to China. And we provide, as a result, very significant services in those markets. Well, we've clearly been through some very difficult times since Grata was set up nearly 30 years ago. Most recently, of course, we've had the pandemic and there are other difficulties in the region. I think that the success, or the indication of the success of Grata, is that not only are we surviving in this market, but we're getting stronger and expanding. The Verein structure, which is a particular legal construct established under Swiss law, enables us to provide international coordination and direction, but at the same time it leaves all the local officers to pursue their own business activities in a manner which is most amenable to success within each of their own local markets.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the special joint session of the AFC Expat Center and International Organization for Migration under the theme of Role of Migration in Sustainable Business Development. Firstly, let us express our gratitude to the general sponsors of Astana Finance Days, company ENG, Chevron, Visa, Huawei, and China Construction Bank. For the welcoming speech of the session, it's my pleasure to invite the Managing Director of the AFC Authority, Mr. Nurlan Toyunbek.
Thank you, Ayajan. Dear speakers and guests, I'm pleased to welcome everyone today in the special panel session of the AIFC Expat Center and the International Organization for Migration of the United Nations within the framework of Astana Finance Days. I would like to note that this is the fifth in succession that the Astana Finance Days is being conducted. At the same time, the AIFC Expat Center is also celebrating the fifth year anniversary of its successful activities. Indeed, to create and enhance favorable investment environment in Kazakhstan. I express great appreciation for our panel speakers represented by Akhmadi Sarbasov, First Vice Minister of Labor and Social Protection of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Askar Aldungarov, Head of the External Migration Department of the Committee on the Migration Service of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Mr. Sergei Korenev, Managing Director of the Employment Department of National Chamber of Entrepreneurs Atamiken. And of course, our partners from the International Organization for Migration, Mr. Michael Newson and Killian Clifford. Amidst contemporary realities, the topic of migration is closely intertwined with the tasks set for Kazakhstan, especially so in terms of increasing investment attractiveness of the country and human capital competitive ability. Today, people's mobility is a great factor for economic development of states as well as for sustainable and innovative business development. And I would like, on this note, I would like to wish to all of us a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech. And now please welcome on stage the Sub-Regional Coordinator for Central Asia, Head of IOM Mission to Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, Mr. Zinal Gadjiyev.
Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you on behalf of IOM on this, to my point of view, very important event that brings together the representatives from private sector, government sector, and other stakeholders to talk about a very important topic of the day, is the role of migration in the sustainable development of businesses. Unfortunately, the migrants' role in the business sector is not recognized as highly as it deserves. We witness that as IOM across the globe, and Central Asia is not an exception. We've been working on labor migration issues, and as I believe you all know, that Central Asia is a lot about human mobility, about labor migration, and labor migration for many years has been one of the priority areas of our also interventions. We have been working a lot on the helping the migrants, raising their awareness, promoting their rights, human rights, working with the national partners, with the governments to better regulate these processes. But we feel that there is a mounting, increasing need to work also with the private sector, bring together the business sector because migrants are, in fact, those who are contributing a lot to the development of the businesses also. And in this regard, today's event I find extremely helpful. IOM as lead agency on migration, as a UN migration agency, because is working in many countries in diverse regions. It has the experiences in working and engaging with the migrants in development and sustainable development, but also with engaging with working with the private sector and engaging with the representatives of the business sector by promoting the ethical recruitment of migrants that we believe serves to the best interest of not only migrants but also of businesses themselves. We believe that the migrants, which I consider as the most dynamic, most ambitious people, ready to change their living conditions, ready to take the challenges of new lives abroad or in some other locations, if you talk about the internal migration. So they are the ones who can really has a great potential that can be used for the social economic development of communities and the businesses as well. So in this regard too, we believe that engaging with the diaspora, with the migrants, is highly crucial for national governments, for international community, for the business sector as well, so that the migrants' potential can be better utilized, both for developing of the destination countries or those who are hosting migrants, but also of the migrant-sending countries. We also believe that the migrants are agents for development. Migration is not about, we hear a lot about the brain drain issue as an example. When migrants leave the country, we talk about the brain drain, but we also have to know that migrants not only is leaving the country, but also in their destination country, they are learning, they're gaining brains. And they're gaining the new skills that can best serve their countries or region as well. It is all about how best we use this potential. I will not take much of the time, but I would like really emphasize the importance of this today's event for us, for all of us to understand that it is so vital, especially with the latest developments in the region, the changing geopolitics in the region, how that affects the migration dynamics in the region. It is highly, highly important that we all understand these potentials, and we can, one side, to help migrants to enjoy better, transparent, predictable, safe procedures on the whole migration, throughout the whole migration cycle, but on the other hand also it provides the opportunities for the countries to use new opportunities, benefits from these changing labor migration dynamics. This said, I would like to thank the Astana, the Financial Center, for supporting us. And just before this event, we signed a memorandum of understanding that I believe will take us our relations to a new level. That will create more platforms, new platform actually for us to engage with more representatives from the business sector. It is highly important. Today here you will hear from my colleagues also who's coming from our regional office and the headquarters, the experts on financial inclusion also of migrants in their sustainable development agenda. So that will shed light on many aspects of our work. I call you to be active in this the process, and thank you very much for your interest again, and wish you all of us a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind words. And let us start with the presentations of the speakers of our session. So the AFC's Expat Center is trying to take an active role in raising awareness on the issues related to migration, and by being an integral part of the business infrastructure of Nur-Sultan City, acts as a platform for discussing the relevant trends and issues. So the floor is given to the head of the AFC Expat Center, Ms. Aynur Jumatova.
Dear distinguished guests, guest speakers, colleagues, I'm very pleased to see you all here. Every year, our session is intended to bring together all the experts, decision makers, to rise and discuss the initiatives on migration, mobility, and globalization. And today, the agenda is migration and sustainable development. Sorry. And there is a paradox that, on the one hand, migration playing as a key driver for unsustainability and can be a cause of the economic globalization, but on the other hand, migration can be regarded as a force for sustainable development. And the cohesion between the sustainability and migration is mediated by the formation of physical and human capital of the receiving parties. Migration of the highly skilled professionals, experts, in other words, talents, can become an aspect of the global economy, and being as a key driver of such a global economic growth, financial centers also the integral part of the global financial system, which is linked up with a mechanism to attract and to manage the global workflow, global capital flow and workflow. And also the financial centers all around the world trying to support the companies because they are trying to attract the financial companies, trying to create special friendly environment for investors with the creation of special legislation, whether do it for business, for investment. Most of all, it is the special legislation in tax, labor, visa, and migration regime. And if to look around the world, all the financial centers paying attention to support the companies by establishing the favorable environment for their companies and creating special units to support the investors, the foreign employees. And in this case, the AFC is not an exception. I'd like to mention just jointly with jointly in tight cooperation and with the support of our state authorities, state bodies, organizations, and our national companies, we have established a unique one and only in CIS region, the AFC Expat Center. We brought the world best standards and practices. And today, on the eve of our 5th anniversary, we would say that AFC Expat Center is an integral part of investment and business infrastructure of our capital and our country. We are involved in cooperation with the state authorities in establishing the best practices in the simplification of visa, labor, migration regime. We also trying to setting the standard for this. We are nowadays are the platform for new initiatives, new pilot projects, and going ahead of all of this, our operational part provide the full range and ample variety to the access of the government and other required socially soft lending services to our foreign participants, foreign investors, employees who are coming to Kazakhstan, whether it's for doing business, investing to the project, or looking for a job. We're here for them. And at this moment, starting from our beginning, we provide more than 16,000 services to our participants and other legal entities who are coming here. And at this moment, AFC is a place where the big number of companies settled. And I would say that AFC is a workplace for the foreign employees coming from different parts of the world and from the different areas of profession. We also trying to be integral part, and we are, and we will continue to bring our contribution to enhancing and increasing the investment attractiveness of our country. And to sum up, I would say that migration impact on sustainability in different dimensions, whether it's environmental, social, financial, and the nature of the migration and sustainable development are interlinked, and the role of the migration in sustainable development is very high. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your speech. And the next speech is by the Senior Migration Governance Specialist, International Organization for Migration, Mr. Killian Clifford.
Hello. Okay. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us here today, and thank you for AIFC for hosting us. And I know it's a bit late, so thank you all for staying on to hear us speak. So I'm Killian Clifford. I'm from the International Organization for Migration, and here today to talk to you about leveraging a migrant and diaspora capital for sustainable business development. There we go. Okay, so why diaspora? Why have I just mentioned diaspora? Well, diaspora is quite a distinction between migrants and diaspora. The definition of diaspora is wider than migrants. It includes migrants, but it also includes those second and third generations that maintain an emotional or cultural link with their country of origin. And that vastly increases the amount of migrant capital that can be deployed for sustainable business development purposes. There we go. So when we talk of diaspora economic capital, what do we mean? Well, we mean they're economic resources that can buy or make products and services. Now, for diaspora, remittances are the entry point for unlocking other types of economic capital, such as investments, enterprise development, and trade, all of which leads to sustainable business development. So let's take a quick look at each of those in turn. So remittances. The economic contribution of migrant worker remittances are well known, particularly in this region where they're the biggest international flow. They're greater than foreign direct investment. They're greater than overseas development assistance. And the remittances are important for sustainable development. They pay for food, they pay for education, they pay for health. And they can contribute to human capital development. And the remainder of the remittance that's left over from that expenditure, estimated to be around 30% on average, which is $200 billion globally, can be invested in community, and including small businesses. So that's why they're important for sustainable business development. But a quick word of caution on remittances. We have obviously sanctions nearby Russian Federation. And it's important not to be too dependent, because some countries will be adversely affected by remittances, those who have a big dependency on them over the next few months and probably a year or two. So it's important to think beyond remittances when considering leveraging diaspora and migrant economic capital for sustainable business development purposes, which is why more and more governments are looking to leveraging diaspora economic capital for investment, and that's getting increasing attention now. And that investment can take many forms. It can be the provision of diaspora bank accounts, for instance. It can be investments in government debt, such as diaspora bonds. It might be equity investments, such as investing in local businesses, sustainable businesses, or portfolio investment via the stock market, which we have here. And migrants and diaspora play a key role in building sustainable businesses themselves. So migrants are natural risk takers. They take risks to travel to a new country, but it doesn't end there. Once they are there, they are more likely to open businesses than native-born people. In the US, migrants are twice as likely to open a business than a native-born person. And once those businesses are open, the purchasing power of the diaspora communities in which they live can help those businesses become established. So migrants are estimated to contribute to 9% of global GDP, despite being only 3% of the population. So that's a threefold leverage. As such, their activities are pretty central to sustainable business development. In terms of diaspora, migrants also play an important role in opening businesses in the countries that they left, their home countries. So studies show that they're more likely to open businesses in their home countries than people who never left. So in Georgia, for instance, 17% of businesses there are estimated to be owned by the country's diaspora. And their transfers aren't just financial or economic, they're also social too, such as business mentoring and skills transfer. And that helps bolster human capital development, and it helps to contribute to sustainable business development. By the nature of their existence, migrants establish networks and communities in countries that they left and in the countries that they arrived in. And initially those networks are of information, but as they begin to remit and invest, those networks become economic too. And so with a kind of economic foot in both camps, this facilitates trade, it facilitates investment, and studies have shown that the presence of migration in countries facilitates trade or increases trade between two countries. So engaging diaspora communities in this way can lead to circular sustainable business development and job creation across both countries of origin and residence. So that's the opportunity of why we should be engaging diaspora and migrants for sustainable business development. So last slide here is why or how we should do that. And it comes back really to the critical role of engaging diaspora and diaspora engagement. First of all, you need to know who they are, who their types. There'll be many types, but they're not just one fungible group, so therefore they'll need to be mapped. And it's a two-way process of engaging with them. It's give and take, and listening and learning. So trust needs to be established, and that's crucial. And digital platforms can help you do that. And therefore, digital and financial inclusion are really important. So I just want to finish up by saying to you today, if you want to harness the power of migrant and diaspora economic capital, then it's important that you give support to the groups that represent them and that you engage with them, and so that their voices can be heard and that dialogue and trust can be established. And that's it. Thank you for that, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your very valuable speech. And please welcome the Senior Labor Mobility and Social Inclusion Specialist, the Regional Office for Southeastern Europe, Eastern Europe, and Central Asia, IOM, Mr. Michael Newson.
Thanks very much. I think Killian really tested the skills of the interpreters there. But we have a lot to say in a short amount of time, so it's not easy for them, I'm sure. I'm going to switch gears here, though, and instead of focusing on diaspora, focus more on economic immigration policy, and look at some of the key factors that governments and private sector need to take into account. So increasingly, in recent years, IOM's been called on to support governments in assessing and developing their economic immigration policies. And this is because more and more countries are seeing a need for active immigration programs. Countries in Central and Eastern Europe, countries like Japan and Korea that are starting to see demographic crunches have come to IOM to see how they can develop their immigration programs. At the same time, we get approached by the private sector companies as well, complaining that their governments aren't opening enough and they've got labor shortages that they can't address. So increasingly, IOM's being brought into these conversations. The reality is that there are a lot of common overlapping interests between governments and the private sector. Both are obviously interested in economic development of their countries and of their communities. Both are interested in addressing skills shortages and labor shortages that they might be experiencing. And both governments and the private sector are interested in ensuring international competitiveness. But beyond that, governments have a number of concerns that aren't quite as relevant for the private sector. They've got concerns about ensuring that there are opportunities for disadvantaged people within their communities. They've got concerns about public perception of immigration. They've got concerns about the costs of social cohesion and integration. When a migrant comes in, you're not just bringing in a worker, you're bringing in a person, and that requires integration systems, and that costs money as well. So there are a lot of things that limit government's ability to respond to private sector needs to bring in workers. Now, there's a lot for me to talk about here, but I only have a finite amount of time, so I want to focus on two key points that need to be addressed when governments and private sector are looking at immigration policies. The first is to take a holistic approach. Often we see schemes that are done ad hoc and are reactive to demands from the private sector, but we really need to understand how different programs within the entire immigration policy interact with one another and can feed on one another as well. There's a need to clarify what you're trying to achieve. A lot of the times when decisions get made by committee and through different ministries, things get muddled and you're not clear on what objective you're trying to seek. So there's a need to clarify what your objectives are with each of your policies. And there's a need for regularly collect and analyze data to make sure your systems are doing what you think they're doing. So a key example of that, I'm going to give you an example from my country of Canada. So in 2014, they created a policy change with international students, and I think you can see it clearly there on the chart where that happens. They did two things. They allowed international students to start working part-time while studying, and they created a 3-year open work permit for students once they graduated, with the possibility of getting permanent residence. Now, what did this do? It meant international students were much more attracted to institutions in Canada because they had opportunities they didn't have in other countries. It meant that international students filled lower skilled job opportunities while they were studying, usually in retail and in hospitality. And in the longer term, they filled high skilled opportunities once they graduated and were able to integrate into the labor market. So it's a key example of trying to kill 3 birds with 1 stone in this case. It's a win-win-win. More international students filling job vacancies at the lower end and the higher end of the labor market. Again, conscious of the time, that timer ticks down very quickly. Another key issue that needs to be addressed is understanding the user experience of your systems. So labor migration programs are very complex. They involve, at a minimum, the Ministry of Labor, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not to mention organizations in the country of origin. And they all do their own little bit, and they don't think about the big picture. This is a recipe for overly complicated, overly bureaucratic systems that don't look at the needs of the end users. So when I go to a country and I say, if I'm an employer, how do I hire a foreign worker? What's the process? I can't find one person that tells me the entire process. So what's needed is really, it leads to a number of common challenges that we see in terms of protection of migrant workers, but also inefficiencies in the program as a whole. So what IOM is doing more and more is implementing what we call sort of regular operational analyses that help to clarify what exactly the process is and sort of pull out the fat, if you will, from the programs, understand where the obstacles are, where the challenges are, and how reforms can be made in order to address those. We've done this in Armenia, we've done this in Kuwait recently, which have led to real reforms in their work permit processes that benefit workers and benefit employers. I have one more slide, but I know I'm out of time, so I'll just thank you for that. And maybe I did test the interpreters as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newson, and we do appreciate that you following the schedule of our panel session. And I would like to say that it is our great pleasure today to have the first Vice Minister of Labor and Social Protection of the population of the Republic of Kazakhstan as a speaker on our panel session. And please welcome Mr. Akhmadi Sarbasov.
Thank you very much. Good evening to all participants of the meeting. It's actually a great pleasure to welcome Mr. Kaji, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to meet and to exchange our views on the current situation and challenges. And I guess this is something that we always have on our agenda. And it is also great to see that there are some fruits of our labor. We've heard the presentation about the expat center, and I wish you all the best in your endeavors. And actually, in the framework of the current agenda, when we regulate labor migration, we do keep in mind that Kazakhstan is an active participant in regional and global processes, and that's why integration in the global chain is and participation of AIFC is quite welcome in that sense. And at the same time, it's very important to make sure that the regulatory mechanisms that we have today would, on the one hand, allow for proactive attraction of investment, and on the other hand, to protect the domestic labor market. This is a key objective that we work on a daily basis, and in this sense, it's very important to strike this balance. Currently, our system of attracting foreign qualified labor is probably well known. I don't think that it's very different from other countries. We do have quotas, we do have the permit system, labor permit system, and we try to regulate and strike the balance between the need in the framework of the projects being implemented, including those in AIFC. We've also implemented some mechanisms related to intra-corporate transfers or secondments, and that's part of our WTO commitments. There were some preferences there that can be used for intra-corporate movement, secondment. There are also some issues of local content, and when we talk to businesses through Foreign Investors Council, through European Association, Eurobug, through AmCham, American Chamber of Commerce. We are trying to discuss with them to see whether the mechanisms that we have in our legislation today are sufficient to ensure this link when we can bring foreign specialists on the one hand and protect the domestic market. I think we can see some results. We do have some mutual commitments that are then reflected in the legislation, and we will continue working in that direction. And I would also like to mention that currently we are working actively on our long-term strategy as part of our work on drafting the concept for immigration policy. We've invited experts to participate in that. And by the way, I'd like to thank the IOM because you've also participated in that process. And it was already mentioned that there are current challenges related to geopolitical situations and some other limitations, plus the pandemic that we've experienced over the last 2 years has certainly had an impact. And now we've identified certain objectives on how to regulate the external migration processes and also internal migration. So we do have a range of objectives in front of us. We understand that there are some issues also related to the brain drain, and that's no secret. If we look at the latest statistics, in 10 years, over 200,000 qualified people have moved to other countries. These are usually technical experts or teachers, academia, but also in the framework of our ethno-demographic policy, we are trying to attract other people in the southern, western regions, but there is a question of qualification. So it's a big demographic question, and in this sense, we will certainly also think about educational migration, because we do need talents, and the expat center that we have here should also probably help us. We are ready to attract people, We will work on that, and we'll certainly try to implement new regimes to attract people. That could be done through universities, higher educational institutions, through science, research. We are ready to establish special visa regimes or permanent residence. There are some good examples of that, and we'll work on that. And I'd also like to mention the matters of business immigration. I won't go into too many details, but there are some examples on how we try to regulate attracting the specialists, and we'll certainly continue working on that too. I think that the key message is that today we need to make sure that we have sufficient qualified personnel in the economy. That's the short-term objective. And the longer-term objective is to keep in mind our demographic challenges. So the key task for us is ensuring qualified people for our economy. If you have any proposals, please do come to us and we'll try to come up with joint approaches. Thank you. Thank you.
And now the floor is given to our great partner, the Migration Service Committee of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The representative is the head of the External Migration Department, Mr. Askar Aldungarov.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to see you all, and I would like to thank AIFC for inviting me. Today, we are discussing a very relevant topic of the role of migration in sustainable business development. Migration has always been one of the ways for people to adapt to changing conditions. Thanks to migration, we can replenish the insufficient labor resources in one country and reduce unemployment in another country. The migrants can bring new knowledge, technologies, investment with them. In the modern economy of knowledge, I think the importance of intellectual labor is growing. And Kazakhstan, being a dynamically developing state focusing on economic modernization, could reap many benefits from international migration and educational migration. And that certainly sets specific objectives for our migration policies. And if we achieve those objectives, we could see the increase in the quality of the labor resources. Currently, our migration policy is aimed at creating favorable conditions which would allow migrants to fully realize their human potential. We also focus on strengthening human capital, improving quality of life, and assisting in making sure that the migrants can contribute to sustainable development. Strategic plan of the Republic of Kazakhstan till 2025 includes simplification of the migration control procedures and visa processing. And right now, we are already working on modernizing and digitalizing our migration control systems, and we are working on simplifying the migration procedures. So far, we've already implemented visa-free regime for 73 countries. We've also implemented such concepts as canceling mandatory registration for foreigners since 2020. Right now, when the foreigner arrives to the country, they don't need to visit the migration office. They can just send a notification that is done by the hotel or other receiving party that is done through e-Konak system or migration portal. That is a user-friendly system, and currently we've also implemented processes related to issuing electronic visas and processing invitation letters, but we also will continue working, and currently we are planning to create a platform for electronic services for foreigners, where the foreigners would be able to get e-services in a very simple manner, because right now it's more challenging to get services, but we'll try to simplify the process and improve it. We'll also notify the foreigners about the deadlines. That is the platform that we are working on, and we want to implement it in the near future. One of the successful projects is our collaboration with the AIFC Expat Center, which has already become an integral part of the investment activities in Nur-Sultan. We work together on optimizing a visa immigration regime, and thanks to that, we were able to simplify the process of obtaining the visa or permits for foreigners who arrive to Kazakhstan to work, get an education. We are also cooperating with them since 2017. We've adopted the necessary regulations that allow for our joint work. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Dungara for very valuable information. And now the last but definitely not least, please welcome the Managing Director of the Employment Department of the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs, Atamiken, Mr. Sergei Korenev.
Good evening, distinguished participants of the event. I would like to thank you for thank the organizers for the meeting and for this opportunity to speak at this event. Generally speaking, migration and sustainable business development has always been a relevant topic, and it penetrates through all the areas of both business and everyday life. We come across with migration, both internal and external migration, and the key reasons are mostly economic reasons. Some people would like to use their capacity. There is some difference in the economic development between the regions, and we as the National Chamber, we represent the interests of the entrepreneurs, and our businesses would import labor under the quotas issued by the Ministry of Labor, and it is introduced to protect the domestic market, and it is available for two purposes, both for the companies and for individuals. And the key users are of foreign labor are mostly the construction sector, construction industry. The pandemic demonstrated the relevance of foreign labor because introduction of limitations for labor entry caused issues for labor. And when the new equipment was supposed to be installed, erection, dismantling, and other obligations could not be fully implemented because there were new regulations and limitations related to the PCR and many other additional requirements that caused the impediments. And we as the National Chamber received lots of complaints by the businesses because it wasn't natural that all the borders were closed, the entry was limited, and we had to find and build the dialogue both with local governments and develop regulations for the entry with the local governments and in central governments, because when at the initial stage the limitations were imposed, you had to get the permit of the interagency committee combating coronavirus. And the first stage of the permit issuance was not clear at the initial stages, and there were no regulation provided yet, and every business had to deal with their own issues individually, and this had to be done on a manual basis. As soon as the regulation was in place, because there were some issues with the time frame for consideration of the application, because normally it would be considered within the time frame for the other ordinary documents. But after the entry regulation was reconsidered with our joint efforts, the time frame for consideration was limited by 5 days, and after the regulation was adopted, there were no complaints by the businesses about the entry of migrants. But the biggest problem during the border closing was raised by the construction sector, because they faced the deficit of labor. And when we did the analysis of demand in labor this year, we identified that indeed the deficit of staff is in place, mostly in the construction sector. We did a survey from December to March of 32,000 companies, and 9,500 companies specified their demand in HR, and the total figure is pretty high, and it is 10% of the total staff is the demand in foreign labor. If we apply this data to the overall number of companies, it turns out that the demand data only for the construction sector, it would absorb the current quota very easily. And the actual market capacity in terms of demand for labor is much higher. But we satisfy these needs through the opportunities provided by retraining of local people that are registered as unemployed. My time is up. We, in fact, regularly work with the Ministry of Labor to address these issues of the demand for labor, to simplify the procedures for the entry of foreign labor as regulated by the Ministry of Labor. And Ministry of Labor also supported our initiatives to exclude certain limiting provisions requiring the guarantee contribution or something like that when the foreign labor enters the country. And we try to build the dialogue to simplify the labor attraction procedure for the businesses. Thanks a lot.
And just to sum up the session, addressing the topic of migration and its challenges requires partnership, collaboration among government, business, and international organizations. We hope that today's special session will have a positive effect on the start of building of a constructive dialogue between the interested parties. And thank you, dear speakers. Thank you very much, dear guests and online participants.
Раз. Так, меня слышно. Проверим этих спикеров, которые онлайн. Скажем, через 5 минут начинаем. Нет?
Банк карталар деп ойлайтын боларсыз. Егер мен сіздің әр жерде көріп жүрген атауыңыз, жай ғана атаудан әлде қайда зор нәрсе екенін айтсам, не дер едіңіз? Виза дегеніміз желі. Ол адамдарға ақшаны ана жерден мына жерге аударуға көмектеседі. Және де мына жігітке тіпті таудың басына шығып алса да, онлайн жұмыс істеп, джинсаны сатуға көмектеседі. Бұл кадр сыртында қалатын, бірақ бәрін бір-бірімен байланыстыра алатын ғажайып. Ол таңғы кофе ішкенде әлемге жаңа көзбен қарауға мүмкіндік беріп, бизнесті бизнес ететін нәрселерге көз қарасты өзгерте алады. Виза бәрін біріктіре алатын желі. Сізге қажет жерде, сіздің арманыңыздағы жерде, сізге лайық жерде. Бұл желі арманды іске асырудың кілті. Өйткені виза күн сайын бүкіл әлем бойынша есік ашады. Коммерция бәрімізді біріктірсін деген оймен.
Hello everyone, it's 8 p.m. here in Nur-Sultan and we have gathered here for a hybrid session to discuss the constraints and opportunities for building a more diverse economy. So this morning we had, in the very same hall, we had the plenary session that was opened by the president of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Kemelyevich Tokayev, who highlighted the importance of diversification. And I personally believe that we need diversification on very many different levels, but I would leave that discussion to our esteemed speakers. So I have here in attendance Dr. Kairat Kirimbetov, the governor of the Astana International Financial Center, and joining online we have Ms. Hela Sheikhro, the Vice President for the Middle East, Central Asia, Turkey, Afghanistan, and Pakistan at the International Finance Corporation. We have Professor Ricardo Hausman, Director of the Harvard Growth Lab and the Professor of the Practice of Economic Development at the Harvard Kennedy School, and Professor Donald Lowe, who is the Director of Hong Kong University Technology Institute for Emerging Market Studies. We also expected Dr. Intermit Gill from the World Bank, the Vice President for Equitable Growth Finance Institution at the World Bank Group, to join us in this hall for the discussion. This morning he spoke about very important issues, constraints, but since he's in Kazakhstan for only less than 24 hours, he has some important meetings at the government. But I had the chance to listen to his remarks at the plenary session. I had the chance to speak with him very briefly this afternoon. So before I give the floor to our esteemed speakers, I just wanted to highlight some of his thoughts. So 3 words about challenges. It's dependence, distance, and dispersion. And to address these issues, our diversification, our growth efforts must combine structural and spatial transformation. And there's need for better mobility of labor and more efficient connectivity. So we need criteria for special targeting and prioritizing industrial efforts. So that was some of the highlight, or not the highlight, maybe some of his thoughts that he delivered very eloquently this morning. But let us turn to our speakers. So I have my first question to Ms. Sheikhro, and I know she's covering very large, very important, very diverse region. And I know that the challenge of diversification are quite typical for many of the countries. And our purpose for this discussion is to find the opportunities and prospects for Kazakhstan, but I think we can also learn from other countries. So I would like to ask Ms. Sheikhro to share her thoughts on our efforts for diversification and what we as the local policymakers can learn from the experience of these countries. Ms. Sheikhro, the floor is yours.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I am really honored with you here today. I think there is some echo. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. It's fine.
Okay, great. So what we have learned is that creating new sources of economic growth is a challenge for most countries, especially resource-rich states like Kazakhstan. The reality is that when commodity prices are high, diversification might not seem worth it. And when they are low, diversification might not seem affordable. What we have seen over the last couple of years, though, in terms of volatility of global commodity prices, leaves no doubt that diversification is essential. We have seen oil prices plummet to their lowest level in decades during COVID-19 pandemic, showing the peril of excessive economic dependence on fossil fuel revenue, and then the unforeseen and unprecedented contraction of demand, followed by contraction of supply in the last few months, has led to extreme changes in the prices. So for a net oil exporter like Kazakhstan, these roller coaster prices make revenue projection really hard to do, and that hampers the state effort at budgeting. Basically, diversification of the economy is an answer to this problem. And while it's not easy, organizations like the World Bank Group can help. What we've seen around the world as IFC is that there is no such thing as one-size-fits-all diversification strategy. There are, however, some guiding principles that Kazakhstan can follow. For instance, the country can use its experience in oil and gas development to support unique resources in renewable energy that the country is endowed with. For instance, Kazakhstan has developed considerable knowledge in oil and gas exploration and production, including geoscience capacity and knowledge. And the knowledge of the geology, its risk and potential can be directly put to use to develop a clean energy source like geothermal energy. A major impediment in the world to prevent development of geothermal resources is the perception of high risk of exploration, which comes with the limited profitability since what we produce is steam, which is not exportable commodity. However, once you have, over the last decade, as Kazakhstan accumulated considerable geoscience data and capacity, it allows geothermal energy to be vastly de-risked at the exploration and development phase. So this means shallow thermal, geothermal resources with low temperature can be used in Kazakhstan, like other places in the world, like here in the United States, for heating and cooling. According to Kazakhstan Institute of Hydrology and Hydroecology, a large part of the country's territory, almost 40%, has resources of geothermal. Another approach to diversification is that Kazakhstan can use the current oil revenues to finance the diversification. We learned this from Norway, that managing petroleum revenues can start long before oil is produced and sold. Since you are going through contracting with private investors or concessioning, this requires government approval for the field development plan. This is the opportunity for government to optimize the oil production pace, flattening essentially the curve of oil production to whatever is agreeable jointly to the government and investor. This means that you avoid spikes in revenues that are akin to the Dutch disease economically. And that allows a good governance to be in place in the early days of the sector development. So Kazakhstan can devote good effort to manage this oil revenue and use them to finance public financial goods that can be used to diversify and incentivize decarbonization of the economy. Important area, given the volatility of prices, we can use this opportunity to rethink the role of the public sector and think of creating incentives for private sector participation and investment and non-commodity exports. This rebalancing of the economy creates sustainable growth and speeds up diversification and creation of high-skilled jobs. How do we reduce the role of the state in the economy and trigger private investment and innovation? This is by ensuring government focuses on the sectors where it is absolutely needed and essential, and rationalize and optimize its role, and see where, when an activity is commercial in nature and it's more attuned to private sector participation. At IFC, we see a lot of potential in Kazakhstan. The country's national development plan and its diversification strategy is well articulated and poised to create opportunities. It's encouraging to see the country creating a special economic zone and working on trade corridors in Asia and Europe, focusing on the enablers like transport, ICT, energy, and logistics that we can build on it to accelerate economic diversification by private sector and create more jobs. Going forward, continued reforms would unlock the potential of mining industry, which could be a source of some of the metals of the future, for instance, for electric vehicles, for renewable energy. Agriculture can also be a tremendous potential. The country is well located to serve as a growing traditional markets in the region, as well as new markets, China, India, Middle East. With its large areas of arable land, it can focus on agricultural production that is climate smart and using resources efficiently, livestock farming, and agro-processing food industries. As the country implements this diversification strategy, this will offer a lot of opportunities for smaller businesses and for banks to finance them and their growth, as well as the financial markets. The World Bank Group is committed to support Kazakhstan's effort to diversify away from fossil fuels and develop an inclusive growth model. We want to provide support needed to advance institutional governance reforms, private sector investment. At IFC, for example, we recently financed the commissioning and upgrade through a PPP, public-private partnership of the Almaty airport, which, as you know, this piece of infrastructure is an enabler for economic diversification by enhancing the options for air transport of people and cargo. And this was done in a climate smart way by lowering the emissions of the airport itself. We also look to support SME growth through some of the financial institutions such as KMF microfinance that enables the substantial growth of MSMEs. Before I close, I would like to say that the future looks bright in Kazakhstan, and by continuing to diversify the country's economy, its leaders can create the kind of sustainable long-term growth that its people are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was very important points. I mean, the trade corridors would be important for international development, and then the things that you mentioned, the SME, on using the know-how that we have to explore into other things would be also interesting, and I hope the next speakers will talk more about this, because this is something very close to his heart. But then I think it was also important what you mentioned about the Norway, with using the experience of the good, sustainable institution that will help to smooth the cycles and to channel the money. So hopefully, yes, we'll discuss this, and I would like to turn to our next speakers, because I think it's very smooth transition to the next speaker, because I think that's one of the things that Ricardo Hausmann is teaching. It's about complexity, how to use the know-how to move to other things. And 2 years ago, at the Astana Finance Days in 2020, Professor Hausmann gave a very good small lecture at the AFD talk that we had about the principle of economic complexity and the growth lab approach. And then I know since then that you have done some work in Kazakhstan. You know Kazakhstan very well. You learned about it even more. And right now, I would like to ask you to share your vision on Kazakhstan industrial diversification policies, and how can we make sure that these policies are inclusive and that they create value for Kazakh citizens? Professor? I think you're muted. Can you check?
Yes, sorry. It's the most frequent phrase in Zoom is you're still muted. Anyway, it's an honor and a pleasure to be with you this morning. Thanks for inviting me again to Astana Finance Days. It's always an exciting agenda. And particularly to be preceded by our distinguished panelists that I'm in very much agreement with. I liked very much Jill's 3 Ds of dependence, distance, and
dispersion. Disperse.
Right. It's a good framework to think of the problem. The issue of diversification has been on the agenda of Kazakhstan for a very, very long time, and we've seen relatively limited success. Some penetration in metals and so on, but some diversification of agriculture. But in general, we've seen limited success. Before 2014 or 2015, we could always talk about Dutch disease and a relatively strong currency, so that relative prices were not particularly encouraging of other tradable activities. But then since the middle of 2015, we've seen a 30% real depreciation of the tenge. And after that, we didn't see a big improvement in export. So these relative price swings have not been enough to foster significant diversification. This is in part due to the fact that the new macro regime has gone for a significant increase in interest rates that is not caused by sort of like fiscal unsustainability, because if anything, Kazakhstan has very, very strong fiscal fundamentals. But I think it has to do with this double anchor on the currency, that you worry about the dollar tenge exchange rate, but you also worry about the ruble tenge exchange rate. And since the ruble has been so unstable, this has generated sort of like noise in the external stability of the country, because say investors don't know what exchange rate you're going to prioritize when setting monetary policy. And as a consequence, I think it has increased of hold. Now, the second aspect of the diversification story is the fact that you're remote. That distance is an issue. That you are 3,200 kilometers away from Beijing, and you're 3,200 kilometers away from Berlin. And all of that distance has to be covered by land because you're landlocked, and so we've been looking deeply into what kind of products tolerate distance. So, there's some kinds of production that are very sensitive to distance, say like live animals, and you do export live animals, but essentially to Uzbekistan right next door across the border, and you export it from the south, because those things don't tolerate distance. But there are other products that are very tolerant to distance. Uranium is an example of one, but many others are more tolerant of distance. And increasingly, now with remote work, telework, and so on, there are some services that are now more resilient to distance. So we need to incorporate the sense of distance as we think of things that are feasible in the Kazakh context. Also, it's not a surprise that the diversification of countries typically follows the diversification of cities in the country, because cities can be amazingly diverse if cities are agglomeration of human capabilities, and those agglomeration of human capabilities allow for many things to happen in cities. Kazakhstan has a history of urban monotowns, cities that were assigned with a single industry, typically somewhat natural resource based, which makes sense given the remoteness and the natural resource wealth of the country. But these urban monotowns have been somewhat of an obstacle in the diversification process. We need to think of diversification, taking into account of the possibilities that cities have in justifying the accumulation of some capabilities because of some reason, maybe the local availability of some resource. But once the city gets more, allows for increased diversification into other things. So that's, I think, another theme. And then the thing is that you want to take account of the enormous geographic diversity of the country. The country is at least 4 countries, right? There is the north with an incredible agricultural potential, cereals and other things. You have the center of the country, which has a lot of the monotowns and a lot of industry, both in metals and chemicals. You have the south of the country with a completely different agricultural basket. And then you have the west of the country with the oil wealth. I think diversification has to be thought in the context of the specificities of each one of these industries and of these regions and the things that they could potentially provide. We always think that diversification is made difficult by a chicken and egg problem. that the secret of any industry is your knowledge to run it, the know-how that is embedded in teams of people. And you typically don't know how to do the things that you don't do, and you cannot do the things that you don't know how to do. So is solving this chicken and egg problem, you cannot do watches without watchmakers, but you cannot become a watchmaker in a country that doesn't make watches. So how do you start making watches if in order to make watches, you need to know how to make watches, but you don't know how to make watches because you don't make watches, right? So how do you solve these chicken and egg problems? And this, in general, is made a lot easier through human mobility. And I found it very interesting that in the previous panel, you had a discussion on immigration. Immigration is very central, especially for diversification, in order to attract the know-how is needed by industries that you may not have, but that you could attract. And that build, how I was saying, built on know-how that you do have. Say, for example, you have. I'm getting feedback from. Let me. You can build on knowledge you have. For example, she was giving the example of how to dig for oil. You can use that knowledge to dig for geothermal, but then geothermal might have other specificities that it has skills that you might need or knowledge that you might not have, and it's much easier if you can just bring it in. In that sense, I think that right now there's a flood of Russian talent that is looking for places to live in, and I understand that many of them have gone to Kazakhstan. In general, it's always an opportunity when people want to move across the world that they find your country attractive as a place of destination for their creativity. And I think that's an important potential lever for Kazakhstan. And finally, there's the issue of the new geopolitics getting stuff out of Kazakhstan has always been challenging. When there are geopolitical issues, it can become even more challenging. And right now, the relation of this Central Asian market is a question mark. And Kazakhstan has always been pulled in several different directions, but I think it's going to be an issue that I'm sure the authorities will have to give a lot of thought to. Finally, let me say something on green growth. A little bit the discourse of everybody is that the world needs to reduce its emissions, but people assume that in order for the world to reduce its emissions, every country has to reduce its emissions, every company has to reduce its emissions, every person has to reduce its emissions. But this is a little bit, this is true to some extent, but it's misguided in some sense. That decarbonization is going to require a massive transformation of the global economy. And it's going to require some industries to shrink and other industries to expand. We know, for example, that the way out of reducing emissions, the way towards reducing emissions is to electrify anything that can be electrified. But electrification requires a big expansion of mining. And we cannot electrify without metals, and we cannot get metals without mining. So I think that that's one example of an industry where Kazakhstan could grow by helping the world decarbonize through electrification and providing the inputs to that electrification. The world hasn't agreed yet as to whether nuclear energy is green or not green, but Kazakhstan is a major producer of uranium, And to the extent that uranium is going to be part of the mix, and especially part of the provision of baseload electricity, for which solar and wind are poorly suited, that maybe Kazakhstan could leverage its uranium resources, and maybe develop sort of like a French-style electricity strategy. Finally, I want to say something about other renewable sources of energy like geothermal or solar or wind. These are sources of energy that create a form of energy that is very expensive to transport. It's very expensive to transport. It's the opposite of oil. Oil was incredibly dense energetically and consequently very cheap to transport. And because oil was so cheap to transport, it made the world energetically flat, in the sense that energy-poor countries like Korea or Japan could specialize in energy-intensive products like steel, and it didn't matter because you could always bring the energy in. Renewable energies tend to be much less transportable. If you want to transport solar energy, you may have to transform it into hydrogen or transform it into ammonia, and that you waste a lot of the energy that you captured in that transformation process. So it makes it incredibly much more expensive to transport relative to just using it in place. So if you're going to develop geothermal, then you want to locate near the geothermal activities that could use the energy there, right? And so I think that there's going to be an investment theme, which is what are the energy-intensive industries that can co-locate near green sources of energy. And I think that's going to be a major dislocation in the global economy, be an important investment theme for Kazakhstan going forward. Let me stop there.
No, thank you very much. There's a lot of things. It's a small lecture. Yes, the audience is applauding you, Professor. But you spoke about very diverse things. We have diversification thought as well. But I think all speakers agree on some of the things. And you just continue the theme of using the know-how and knowledge to move to other industries, which Ms. Shehru mentioned. And I would also encourage our audience, both online and offline, to read more upon Ricardo's theory of Scrabble economy and this analogy of monkeys jumping the trees. It's very interesting. It's very great way to look at the economic diversification economy in general. But you also mentioned one of the things is that we need to connect, that it probably goes to what the previous speaker spoke about, the trade corridors. I guess our policy should be B2B, Berlin to Beijing. I hope we'll talk about this and also tomorrow, but maybe even tonight. But there are a few things that you mentioned. First of all, for example, to break the vicious cycle of getting the know-how, we need some intervention, for example, in terms of immigration. You also talk about despite of solid macro fundamentals, we still have some issues with macro management. And I think if you look at this, at the end of the day, you come into policy making. I mean, we understand the challenges. We know that we have to do something. We know where we want to go. But the way how to go is about policy making. I think it's also important. And I would like to turn to Mr. Lowe, and he knows our challenges very well, and I hope that he can expand and build upon what was just mentioned, because we want the discussion to be more applied. And I know that you have very great experience with the Singaporean government. You know very well how they achieved, because Singapore has done a tremendous job of mobilizing its resources and ensuring that institutions work consistently and efficiently. So what can we learn about from Singapore to make our diversification efforts realistic and tangible? Please.
Thank you very much, Baljan, and thanks for inviting me to the Astana Finance Days again. It's a real pleasure and honor to listen to Ms. Shek-Ru and as well as Professor Hausman. I've long followed Professor Hausman's work and a big fan, big admirer of what everything he's done in the complexity space. So I've been asked to speak briefly about how Singapore was able to diversify, what were the policy and institutional prerequisites of Singapore's diversification. Let me start by saying that Singapore could not be any more different from Kazakhstan, whether in terms of its size, whether in terms of its openness to trade routes, and the fact that it is for a long time a open trading economy. Singapore was globalizing even before we invented the word globalization. So I think the contexts are extremely different, but nonetheless, I think there are still, as Ms. Shek-Ru was saying, there's still some guiding principles that I think apply. I wouldn't say universally, but might provide useful guidance for Kazakhstan. I think the first thing is to get policies right? And Singapore was very lucky in that sense. In the 1960s, the conventional wisdom with respect economic development was import substitution industrialization. Singapore tried that for a while when it was part of Malaysia. It thought it had a common market. And when Singapore was kicked out of Malaysia in 1965, it had only a population of 1.5 million people. There was no common market to speak of. So Singapore had no choice but to pursue export-oriented industrialization, which, as it turned out, as history turns out, was the surest path to economic prosperity, the surest path to economic diversification. And on top of that, besides pursuing that growth escalator called export-oriented industrialization, Singapore found a shortcut to modernize its economy and to diversify its capabilities. And that shortcut was foreign capital in the form of multinationals. So Singapore, beginning in the mid-1960s, opened its doors to foreign investors in a way that was unthinkable at that time. Now, of course, it's cliche. Now, of course, it's common wisdom, conventional wisdom that countries should be open to manufacturing investments from multinationals. But in the 1960s, that was the period where countries were still pursuing, mostly nationalist economic policies, and multinationals were viewed as, a modern form of or economic colonialism. And Singapore started bringing in multinationals to do low-end electronics, to do textiles and garments. Singapore was the Vietnam of the 1960s, was the Bangladesh of the 1960s when it came to textiles and garments. And the way it did that was to attract multinationals. It was not just to leverage on Singapore's geographic location, its low-cost labor, but also to provide reasonably generous tax incentives and to make Singapore a superior investment location for multinationals looking for offshore production facilities. And once you have MNCs in your economy, that helps to solve that chicken and egg problem that Professor Hausman was talking about, because it's a shortcut to acquiring capabilities. You are learning by doing. And when you learn and do, you start with textiles and garments, you move on to electronics, then you move on to higher skill, more capital-intensive electronics, and then you can move on to more capital-intensive industries like petrochemicals, which Singapore has quite a competitive petrochemicals industry. You move on to precision engineering. You create this entire set of diverse capabilities that allows you to move into higher value-added activities. So I think that was the main policy prerequisite that Singapore could offer to Kazakhstan, right? Which is to emphasize industrialization and export-oriented industrialization, and to find ways in which you make yourself attractive location for entities that could transfer those capabilities to you relatively quickly. I think that's well known. I think it's well accepted in Kazakhstan that in spite of that, yes, Kazakhstan faces a lot of supply chain, logistic, geographical challenges in developing export-oriented industrialization. So maybe I'll turn my attention to say more about the institutional prerequisites. And here I think there are some directly applicable lessons for Kazakhstan. Because besides getting the policy and getting incentives right, Singapore also made sure that it put the requisite, the essential institutions to do industrial policy, to do industrial diversification. And perhaps the most important of that was the EDB, the Economic Development Board, that was set up in 1961, 4 years before Singapore became independent. And its job was really to create jobs. Singapore had an unemployment rate of 10% at that time. So the job of the EDB, the mission of the GDB, was to create jobs. The tool, the policy instruments it used was, of course, export-led industrialization. But the way the EDB was set up offers concrete lessons for Kazakhstan. First, the EDB is a very good example of what Peter Evans called an institution that is embedded as well as autonomous. Right? It is autonomous in the sense that it was a competent, meritocratic, very technocratic institution that made decisions in the long-term economic interests of the country rather than based on short-term political or calculations. It was really very much a technocratic and professionally run institution. It had its own scholarships, it had its own scholars. At the same time, it was very embedded. It was both embedded in society, understood society's needs. It was very embedded with business, particularly in the way that the EDB organized itself. Right? It was organized by industry clusters. So there was a cluster devoted to electronics. There was a cluster in the EDB that was focused on attracting investments in petrochemicals. There was a cluster for healthcare. There was a cluster for chemicals and new materials. So it was very much industry oriented. In that sense, it's understood the needs of business. And thirdly, it was very embedded in government. Although the EDB was set up quite as a corporate body, so it had more flexibility, had a lot more operational autonomy compared to line ministries or compared to government departments. It was staffed mostly by civil servants, or it was staffed by civil servants on secondment from the rest of government. So it had the necessary social networks to, and leverage within government. So that's the first institutional quality that I think Kazakhstan can learn from Singapore. Do you have institutions that are highly autonomous and embedded, but sufficiently embedded in society, in business, in government, to drive this process of industrial policy and industrial diversification. A second institutional feature of the EDB, I would argue, was that it was a one-stop shop. It served as an advocate for multinationals that were looking to set up production facilities in Singapore. So the EDB, I used to be the director of fiscal policy, so I handled tax incentives and grants for multinationals. But I never had to deal with the multinationals. I had to deal with the EDB because the EDB would advocate on the MNC's behalf. It would work and negotiate with the Ministry of Finance for tax incentives on behalf of the multinational. It worked with the Industrial Land Agency to secure suitable land for the MNC. It lobbied the Ministry of Labour to secure foreign worker quotas and professional work passes for the multinational. And if skilled labour in a particular sector was short, the EDB would work with the Ministry of Education and institutions of higher learning to increase graduates in those subjects. So this one-stop service, so the EDB was far more than just an investment promotion or an investment marketing agency. It was really the lead agency, the main agency for industrial policy making and industrial policy implementation in Singapore. And of course, this made Singapore more attractive to foreign investors, to multinationals, as they did not have to navigate the bureaucracy themselves. And as I said earlier, the EDB was also organized along the industry clusters it hoped to attract to Singapore. So that's the second institutional prerequisite, this one-stop shop for foreign investors. The third institutional prerequisite or feature of the EDB was that there was this relentless emphasis on increasing the value added of manufacturing in Singapore. As you know, with industrial policy, the challenge always is to align the incentives of bureaucrats with those of national development. And industrial policy has a tendency to decay over time, right? You can start off well, you can attract some manufacturing investments, but over time it becomes, it degenerates, right? It atrophies into rent-seeking, into protection of inefficient enterprises. It becomes captured by vested interests. And Singapore has largely avoided that, not only because of the embedded autonomy of the EDB I talked about earlier, but also because the EDB was measured itself in terms of how effective it was in increasing the value added of the manufacturing sector in Singapore over time. Now, that's not something you should measure every year because value added might take a while to show results, but certainly it was a very important, critical medium-term metric. And I think this emphasis on increasing value added of manufacturing in Singapore was a crucial aspect of industrial policy and helps to explain why industrial planning and development here hasn't degenerated simply into rent-seeking or protection of inefficient enterprises. Just to illustrate that focus on increasing the value added of manufacturing. So in determining which industries or which firms should get tax incentives, that's the main thing they look at, right? How much value added in manufacturing is the firm that we're hoping to attract, or the EDB is hoping to attract? How much is that bringing to Singapore? A second expression of that emphasis on increasing value added of manufacturing in Singapore has to do with tax incentives. In Singapore, there's a strong preference for using tax incentives over direct subsidies or direct grants to companies. With tax incentives, companies only benefit if they are profitable. Right? So in short, tax incentives impose more financial discipline on government as well as on the multinationals. If they are not profitable, those tax incentives are worthless. So it's no point getting zero taxes if you're not going to be profitable in Singapore. Second, the focus on increasing manufacturing value added meant that if less productive industries over time found Singapore too costly a location, with rising incomes, with rising costs, some manufacturing operations will find it no longer viable to operate in Singapore. The response of the EDB to this was not to keep them in Singapore with ever more subsidies. Right? The response of the EDB was, right, let's find new industries with higher value-added operations that justify their presence in Singapore, that justify doing more capital or more technology or more knowledge-intensive activities in Singapore. And this helps the process of industrial upgrading and diversification. So you see that most clearly in the electronics industry. In the 60s, Singapore started by producing cheap toys, cheap electronics products. It moved on to producing computer printers, computer hardware. Then much later on, it started producing semiconductors and chips. And so this process of learning was to a large extent enabled by the EDB's relentless emphasis on increasing value added. Finally, I just want to echo what Professor Hausman says, that some of these trends we are witnessing around the world present both challenges and opportunities for Kazakhstan. Professor Hausman talked about decarbonization. I would like to say something about deglobalization, or at least slower globalization. And I think that presents opportunities as well. I said earlier that in the 1960s, when Singapore was pursuing export-oriented industrialization, Singapore was very lucky because it was one of the few places in the world that welcomed multinationals. And most other large developing economies then were pursuing import substitution industrialization. Then, from the 1980s, 1990s onwards, EOI and attracting multinationals in manufacturing became common wisdom, became conventional wisdom. Now we are seeing the pendulum swing back to a more protectionist, a more nativist sort of economic policies. And I think Kazakhstan has an opportunity here. If Kazakhstan can maintain its open, welcoming posture to multinationals in a world of where people are looking for more regionalization rather than hyper-extended global supply chains, there is an opportunity for Kazakhstan to be the most attractive place in Central Asia between Beijing and Berlin for both manufacturing as well as resources investments, as well as agricultural investments. Let's not forget that sector as well. So I think, whether we talk in terms of deglobalization or decarbonization, there is a window of opportunity for Kazakhstan to leverage this unusual period in world economic history to diversify and to develop new capabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donald. Thank you. And usually the job of the moderator is to make sure that we have a good flow moving from one speaker to another. And I think with speakers like today's, my job is very easy. First of all, the common theme that was said by Ms. Hala, that we need to leverage the existing knowledge and expand our knowledge, it was just reconfirmed by every speaker so far. But the second thing, I was just listening to you and you're talking about the experience of ADB. I think one of the important things was also to know that the creating jobs and industrialization are one and the same policy, and I think Professor Halverson would also agree on that. But you also spoke about the foreign capital, that we need to attract foreign capital. You spoke about an institution which is embedded and autonomous. You spoke about one-stop shop. And it rang some bells to me because that's something that we're the AFC are trying to do. So this is why I think it's only fair that we turn to Governor of the AFC, Dr. Kairat Kelimbetov. And my last question to this in this panel session would be to you. And so what has AFC done or is doing to contribute to the diversification policy? And based on what you've heard, what can AFC do to double down these efforts in the future?
Thank you very much. I think we've all been impressed contribution of today's speakers. And really, Ricardo Hausmann is a guru in economic complexity theory. And I do believe that the Growth Lab at the Kennedy School at Harvard University is like a global fintech on the best practices, how to make right economic policy, what lessons should be concluded, what to do and what not to do, as usually two lists are very important for any country. And I like to see him in his famous Dacha Behind, which is, I think, very famous. We all in the AFC went through these courses on economic complexity. I think the key lesson which I learned from understanding what economic complexity means and so how countries should create these capabilities. So I think that for each country should have a certain set of capabilities, set of know-how and knowledge, and set of talents, let's say, who can produce something. And this is, I think, the key task for any government. If we do have people who can create, let's say, nuclear physics or mathematics, architecture or machinery, so means that we will be, let's say, successful on this. Or if not, sorry guys, so you will produce this and this. So this is, to many countries, let's say, seems fair or unfair, but I think that each country has their own opportunities to make it happen. And I think in these terms, as Professor Hausmann mentioned, in Kazakhstan we really have like a four, or at least five, or maybe five different macro regions, as already been mentioned, like North and East and South and West, but also the Almaty and Nur-Sultan is like a different megapolises, which has already had a much more better, let's say, capabilities. This group of people can create better products, and for example, like IT sector, for example, which is very important. I agree with Ricardo that he mentioned about migration. He mentioned about talented. I also agree. It's great to see Ms. Hela. I think that your office we visited first when the US been open for people from Kazakhstan to come, not to wear masks with all these PCR tests, but role of AFC is very important in our country in terms of the development of institutions, development of PPP and infrastructure. And I think that the most important maybe what we could do together as AFC and IFC is something which you support in Hong Kong, for example, is like in creating and developing this infrastructure financing facility office. So this is something which is at the moment in Kazakhstan very much important, because we have a unique geopolitical moment when the Kazakhstan will play significant role as a crossroad, which should connect Western Europe, Western China, Russia to the rest of the world. We're talking all day today about new Trans-Caspian route, which should connect also Eastern Europe and Central Asia. So many opportunities, and I think that we really should think about how to finance it. And back to the Bao Zhan questions is, again, what was the idea to create of AFC is maybe to think about that one of the binding constraints according to the economic complexity approaches is access of the business community in Kazakhstan, of the people in Kazakhstan to capital. And this is something which we learn from the previous mistakes or previous experience. And I think what was the idea behind creating like a non-banking community in 2015, creating like a new pillars of the financial industry in Kazakhstan, which was suffered from global financial crisis in 2008, suffered from the volatility of, let's say, prices for raw materials or volatility of Russian ruble has been mentioned by Professor Hausmann in 2015 and 2016. So this allow us actually to think about what is like a beyond, so what kind of financial industry should we create. And this is very much linked to all speakers mentioned about institutions. So one of the idea was to create really good dispute resolution authorities, institutes, which is to make some legal reform towards rule of law. And we created a new court based on common law jurisdiction. We created arbitration center. We created new jurisdiction completely with idea to bring capitals and investment, know-how. And I think in these terms, what Donald Lowe mentioned is about Economic Development Board in Singapore in 60s, 70s plays significant role. Very much remind us with Baojan what we're doing today in AFC is creating really like a local human capital, creating skills and know-how among the young people and young talented people in Kazakhstan. So this is one. Second is like we are also maybe not one-stop show mechanism, but also very important for the government, for Kazakh Invest, create some kind of certain type of channels for the investors to come to Kazakhstan, and we would like to play this role further. And also, I think very much important that we are certain type of think tank, let's say, who thinking what to do in long term, so what kind of strategy should be in the country, and like we are part of the big government discussion, which is now looking for new economic strategy, for new economic policy in new Kazakhstan. So you probably know that since January, so many stuff happened in Kazakhstan. It's a political reform, constitutional reform. I think that previously maybe not, we didn't pay much attention to this, but this has given us a certain feeling of future, in the future, like a fairness of the people, more enthusiastic of the people that they would like to live in this country, they wouldn't like to exit this country, they would like to develop their businesses here. And the president promised to the people of Kazakhstan to fight with favoritism, nepotism, which was like also one of the seems like binding constraint. So many ideas, so a lot of enthusiasm here, and I strongly believe that Kazakhstan has great opportunities in terms of the human capital, in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the current situation. We are suffering from certain terms, but I think we, in the longer term, will benefit from this. So let me stop here. I do believe that today's discussion is a small contribution to, let's say, 3 days of Astana Finance Days, which we should collect together and bring to the government as our collective know-how, which we share with our international community.
Thank you, Governor. So I guess knowledge dissemination is very important discourse, and was mentioned today throughout the whole panel session. And I think that's what we're trying also to do with the Astana Finance Days. Our goal is just to gather together, discuss, maybe find new solutions, but at least share the experience and knowledge. And I would like to thank everyone. I think it was a very great discussion. We spent 1 hour discussing different opportunities also for Kazakhstan. We've heard about something that we've been trying to do for many years, and some new things as well. For example, we're talking about institutional growth in Kazakhstan that's happening right now as we speak, and then with new reforms. We are talking about the infrastructure financing, and it has been also a recurring theme throughout the whole day because it was mentioned by the president this morning, it was mentioned at the plenary session that we have, and it probably will be discussed tomorrow when we have the investment forum here also in this hall. So this is great, and then I would just, the last thing that I want to say is that I'm very also grateful to the people and the companies that made this conference happen. I would like to thank our sponsors. That's Chevron, ENG, and Visa, who became the general sponsors. And I think it's just great when companies, when governments and people come together and do events like this. And I hope that this tradition will continue. This is the 5th Astana Finance Days, and I hope there will be many Astana Finance Days to come. But it's not over yet. Tomorrow is the great forum, and I will be happy to see everyone here and also online. Thank you very much.
қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
An excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing three capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore RMB business grows rapidly. CCB London branches' accumulative RMB clearing volume reached nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross-time zone, cross-region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
Бұл не екен? Ойын емес, мынау. Бәлкім сіз визаны жай ғана банк карталар деп ойлайтын боларсыз. Егер мен сіздің әр жерде көріп жүрген атауыңыз жай ғана атаудан әлде қайда зор нәрсе екенін айтсам, не дер едіңіз? Виза дегеніміз желі. Ол адамдарға ақшаны ана жерден мына жерге аударуға көмектеседі. Және де мына жігітке тіпті таудың басына шығып алса да онлайн жұмыс істеп, джинсаны сатуға көмектеседі. Бұл кадр сыртында қалатын, бірақ бәрін бір-бірімен байланыстыра алатын ғажайып. Ол таңғы кофе ішкенде әлемге жаңа көзбен қарауға мүмкіндік беріп, бизнесті бизнес ететін нәрселерге көзқарасты өзгерте алады. Виза бәрін біріктіре алатын желі. Сізге қажет жерде, сіздің арманыңыздағы жерде, сізге лайық жерде. Бұл желі арманды іске асырудың кілті. Өйткені виза күн сайын бүкіл әлем бойынша есік ашады. Коммерция бәрімізді біріктірсін деген оймен.
В самом сердце столицы Казахстана компания «Алдар» создала современный многофункциональный комплекс, крупнейший в стране. Абу-Даби Плаза. В самом сердце столицы Казахстана компания «Алдар» создала современный многофункциональный комплекс, крупнейший в стране. Абу-Даби Плаза – место притяжения людей и бизнеса, эпицентр столицы и украшение панорамы города. Абу-Даби Плаза стал ярким продолжением серии успешных проектов компании «Алдар». Абу-Даби Плаза – это многофункциональный комплекс с единой инфраструктурой для работы, отдыха и комфортной жизни. Торговый центр связывает воедино все здания комплекса. Живая атмосфера, центральное расположение, уникальные дизайнерские решения, форматы и всемирно известные бренды делают его привлекательным как для шопинга, так и для бизнеса. Жилой комплекс дарит возможность насладиться жизнью в столице, живя и работая с комфортом в самом сердце Нур-Султана. Отель «Шаратон» предоставляет жителям и гостям столицы первоклассное обслуживание, а также все необходимое для проведения деловых встреч и мероприятий на самом высоком уровне. Знаковая локация офисных площадей Абу-Даби Плаза, престиж и масштабность проекта делают комплекс идеальным местом для открытия представительства международных корпораций и активно развивающегося казахстанского бизнеса. Свободная планировка офисных пространств, подземный паркинг на 4000 автомобилей и продуманная инфраструктура. Здесь все предусмотрено для успеха вашего бизнеса. Почувствуйте пульс и ритм города вместе с Абу-Даби Плаза.